Oh, there we go. There we go. Yep. Hello. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, and I am simply hoping everyone's having a lovely day. Let's do some welcomes. First of all, welcome lurkers, welcome chatters, welcome to the VOD watchers, welcome Seribot, welcome Cabbage Fairy, welcome Mura-sensei. Cabbage Fairy, I hope you enjoy your lurk and that you have a lovely, lovely time. I am hoping that everybody had a good weekend and that they are refreshed and ready for class today. Because today we are actually going to be talking about something. I actually have a for real, no joke, lecture planned out. I haven't done one of these in a minute. It's been somewhat over a month since my last one. Yes, Mura. Yes, Mura. I am actually giving a lecture. And it's actually on a topic that I know something about. This one required relatively little research. It did require that I had to dig up a couple of dead archives and surveys because some of the best resources for this that I used to rely upon have died in the intervening years. And so getting to them required digging through some amount of archive.org. But that's not the worst thing in the world. At least I knew what was happening going in. It didn't require me doing a lot of original research. So it's a considerable savings to just operate off of already kind of done research. And unfortunately for you, Amura, it's going to be very Amerocentric. This might be one of my most Amerocentric discussion topics that I have access to. So that is, that's certainly a thing. That's certainly a thing. And yes, I do pray that you all had a wonderful, wonderful weekend. And mostly I'm trying to get myself warmed up. I know that this is going to be a somewhat shorter stream than usual because it's Monday. Because this is Monday and I have Monday evening obligations, so I end up being a little bit shorter on this stream than I would like to be. I know that I like to do 8, 9, 10-hour streams, but that's not always realistic. That's not always possible. If nothing else, I will get very, very tired. Well, that's a shame. That's a shame. It is a shame for you guys to have me on camera and not being on my best. I think we all want to have the streamer be doing their best job possible. And it's always a budget. It's always a bit of an optimization problem. You want to be on camera, right? You want to be live, but you only have so much energy. You only have so much energy, and these old bones are not quite what they used to be. They're not quite what they used to be. So yes, like I said, this is going to be a very Amerocentric one. This is going to be a very specific to my life and my experiences and to the experiences of millennials and Gen Z and possibly Gen Alpha. You can make it Eurocentric? Talk about Muro-sensei? What is there to say about Mura-sensei that I haven't said before? Oh, I'm so sorry, Mura-sensei. The truth is that I have been around. I've been around you a little bit. I do not think we've known each other the longest, but I do know that you really do give it your all, and that you are a intensely sincere person. You're an intensely sincere person. I can see how that's a very admirable quality. It really is. I admire it quite a bit. And in a lot of ways, sincerity requires an extra degree of toughness. That when you engage with the world and when you engage with those around you in an insincere fashion, it doesn't sting as much when things don't go as well. That you can kind of keep yourself at a bit of remove from the problems that you're having and from the consequences of things you don't want to deal with. And that is not something that you really do. You really do seem to face the world head on and with a great deal of sincerity and honesty, and you simply accept the consequences face on. That's what I see in you, Mura-sensei. Being honest and sincere like that is very admirable, and so is being tough enough to keep doing it. I'm sorry that you've been having a rough time. I hope that just being assured that you're doing it for a good reason helps take a little bit of that sting away for that. I'm a people person. It's such a goofy phrase to say, but I do love people. I really do love people. I love getting to meet people. I love getting to know people. And I think I may not be... I think that for whatever else I have, I do think I am pretty good at seeing the good things in other people. Ooh, I will teach a little bit about... I will teach a specific element about jobs here today, Mara. I will be teaching specifically how job applications work. I used to be a job recruiter. That literally used to be a part of my job, was getting people jobs. I had a whole list of employers who came to me looking for people to fill slots. Yes, hello, Xjun. Welcome in, and also thank you for the follow. You are still the most recent follow, so thank you for that. Yes, I did used to. That was a job I held for a while. I've held many jobs. I have held many jobs in my life. I am old, and I started working young. Hello, Swords Wizard. Hello. Welcome in. Those things that people don't usually say to me. It's possible that other people are simply shy, Mora. It's possible other people are seeing these things and they're simply shy to say them. I don't know. I also do try to look for people's good traits. And I'd like to think I'm not hallucinating them. But yes, I'm going to be talking about a very narrow part of the jobs world. Labor sociology is actually one of my favorites. One of my favorite topics. Oh yeah, Sword Wizard, you're going to get something out of this then. You're very much going to get something out of this then. The usual rule for when you're a teacher is to wait 5-10 minutes for people to show up to class, but I know that this is going to be a little bit of a... This is Twitch. I'd like to wait for people to show up here and give them a little bit longer than that. So I'm warming up myself. Yes, that's true, Xjun. It's I am working on for... I think I'm getting better about this. I think it is something that I consider it still to be a work in progress. I am working on being more open about expressing these kind of feelings. About expressing gratitude. Oh no, Mura, it's okay. I mean, I know that it's quite late for you, so you know you have to make the choices you have to make. But you don't need to. You don't need to worry about me. Oh, no worries, Mara. No worries, Mara. You are under no obligation. You are under no obligation and to engage with me in any particular way. I mean, I do have some boundaries here, but you are under no obligation to try to be present and entertaining. I am the one who has volunteered for this role. I am the one who has taken on the mantle of being the center of attention. Could have been quite some pain. Oh no, I'm sorry, Mura-sensei. I am sorry. uh, I will say that I'm very fortunate to have as much hair as I do at my age. I will say that, so. Definitely one of the odder threats I've gotten. Mora's medicine is, yelling at people. She uses the most traditional medicine. But yes. So, ooh, you just got your wisdom teeth out. Oh, I got my wisdom teeth out so young. I was 14 or 15 when I got my wisdom teeth out. I got them out super young. Yeah, Mora believes in the traditional medicine for pain, which is yelling about it, which I support. I support complaining about being in pain. The oldest person in the surgery room. Oh, yeah, I think I was one of I'm like the youngest person I know for getting wisdom teeth out. Like I've known very few people who've gotten wisdom teeth out before I did. I was very, very young. I got them out very early, which was good. You heal faster when you're younger, so that was very helpful. I actually have a very distinct memory of getting my wisdom teeth out, where, you know, they sit you down in the chair, in the surgical chair. Yeah, I actually don't really like using painkillers. I actually don't like using painkillers because I hate the sense. I'm fairly good at pain management. I hate the sensation that painkillers give me of being like weird and loopy and out of it. I hate that feeling where like all of my senses feel dull, like much more than I hate most forms of pain. Oh wow, Amara, see, I have been the same height and had facial hair since I was like 14. So I got done growing quite young. I got it all the way very young. I was a very early bloomer. I thought I was gonna be a much bigger man than I was. Based on how fast I was growing when I was in elementary school, it was very reasonable to expect me to be much bigger than it turned out to be. Like it would have been reasonable for me to be like Shaq-sized. Oh, that's interesting. It could just be slow growth in general, Mara. I don't know. Ooh, yeah. If you don't have all your baby teeth out and yeah, that's a. I've always found those creepy to look at. Skull X-rays in general, but skull X-rays where the baby teeth are still in always like really get. Yeah. That's not a great feeling. Like when pain is useful. Pain is actually useful. Pain is a very useful feedback mechanism. It's a very, very useful feedback mechanism. I think it's very valuable. But yeah, Xjun, like I said, I just stopped doing all of my growth early, which is why they felt comfortable taking them out of me. Girls' night. Heck yeah. The post, oh geez, 6'8" is, yeah, 6'8's big. 6'8's big. As a person who's around a lot of big people pretty frequently, 6'8" is quite big. 6'8's a big dude. Not a lot of people get much bigger than 6'8", and even at 6'8", like, not a good height to be. I would not recommend being 6'8" if you could avoid it. It's not like even like 6 foot's kind of unpleasant. Like, you can't fit on airplanes. You can't fit on airplanes and public transit and stuff like that. It's much more painful. But yeah, when I got my wisdom teeth out, my recollection, I find this to be a very funny story. My recollection is they sit you down in the chair. They sat me down in the chair and they said, count backwards from 100. And I go 100, 99, 98, 97, 96, 95, and then they look at me and they say, "What are you doing?" I go, "You told me to count back for 100. And I said, "The surgery ended like an hour ago." I just had no break in consciousness at all. Just completely, from my perspective, nothing, no break at all. There's nothing changed. I just experienced counting backwards from 100 to 95, and in the meantime, they took out my wisdom teeth. I just did not, no sense of falling asleep or even getting sleepy, just instantaneously out once they put in the needle. And when I came to, I was just instantaneously back up to 100%. Yeah, they didn't say to stop counting after the surgery, Safer. Yeah, well, I mean, I think that they assumed reasonably that I'd be able to tell that I had been knocked out, and I just could not tell that I had been knocked out at all. Just completely did not perceive it. One bit. No perception that I had fallen asleep or woken up. Just completely contiguous. Completely contiguous from my perspective. And also, hello, Safer Q. Hello, hello. It says first time chat, but I feel like I've seen you around. Yeah. It actually was worse in terms of exceeding expectations. They had to, yeah, I skipped cutscene. I held down start. They had to search. They didn't have, the dissolving stitches hadn't been invented yet. For some surgery, yeah, for wisdom teeth, yeah, they just put you to sleep. I've had other surgeries where I was awake for them. I've had other surgeries that I was awake for. Yeah. General anesthesia is scary, so I don't know if it's the best move, but it is the move they do. General anesthesia is always scary. I'm always afraid of general anesthesia. But yeah, the other part of that is they hadn't invented dissolving stitches yet. Those didn't exist when I got my wisdom teeth out, because again, I'm kind of old. So I actually healed over the stitches, and they had to surgically remove the stitches, which was not pleasant. That one I was awake for, and that was not pleasant. Hello, hold on. Gringot Sundari Writer. There we go. Gringot Sundari Writer. There we go. Hello. The only surgery you've had was appendectomy. I haven't gotten an appendectomy yet. Yeah, where they stitch you up. They stitch up the holes from the sockets. Yeah, I haven't gotten the appendectomy yet. I genuinely no idea if I will. Genuinely no idea. Oh, I did not like the sensation of having those sockets. That was not pleasant. It was only like 2 days, but it was not pleasant. It was a very gross feeling. Why am I talking about something so messy and gross? Like, I am not actually a good person about medicine. There's a reason I did not go to medical school. There were a lot of things in my favor if I had wanted to go to medical school, and I am too squeamish for medical school. Yeah, you have to be switching that water constantly, Sword Wizard. Yeah, you got to be keeping that going constantly. I mean, it is interesting. I am, just like I said, I'm kind of squeamish. I did have a lot going for me for possibly going into medical school, which is that I do have a chemistry degree, and I am fantastic at taking tests. Yeah, Street House job application, having teeth pulled is clearly. Yeah, I'm warming up. Yeah, dry socket's really bad. Yeah. I was not sure like what the actual. I can't remember the actual process, because again, this was decades ago, literally decades ago that I got my wisdom teeth out. Yeah, I've only had a couple of surgeries. There was a bone displacement one. I've had some facial surgeries because of some injuries, and some dental stuff. Dang it, Jarvie! They probably are. Should I just remove those? Should I just remove? Should I stop including CEST on my schedule? Should I just do them and just trust that other people know how to do time conversions? Because apparently, this is not the first time I've made a mistake. Largely because of the change to daylight savings time that like not everywhere does it on the same. I thought I had dealt with that because I know that Europe does their daylight savings thing at a different date than the US. So I thought I had fixed that. But I guess I didn't. Like I was intuitively doing it for a long time in like the fall. Yeah, I thought it was, yeah, we had it earlier in March. Yeah, okay, so and Russia doesn't have it at all. It's actually an absolute disaster in America. I'm actually gonna so daylight savings is a not everywhere does it. It's a concept where you move the clock timings by like an hour. You move the clock timing by an hour in order so that just to make up for the way that like the sun rises and sets in the summer versus the winter. That's it. Like that's it. It sounds yeah, UTC as some of us call it. But yeah, let me go over to the live. I'm actually gonna close that because we're not gonna get to that for a moment. So this is what it looks like in the US. This is what it looks like in the US, which is like a huge mess, right? Vehemently opposed to summertime. You want long sun hours? Yeah, Sword Wizard. It was done historically in the US so that like to make it easier to walk to work, basically. Like that was basically the gist of it. It was to make it easier to walk to work. Depending on the time of year. Of course, now we have like near universal streetlights, so it's hard to care. It's Jarfy. It's actually much messier than that. Yeah, it's much messier than that. That's Arizona, and those are Native American reservations. There are Native American reservations that just don't obey the state law about it. So blue is everybody does it. Blue is all the people who do it. Hawaii doesn't bother because Hawaii is fairly tropical, and neither do any of our colonial territories. Indiana used to do it county by county, which is such a mess. Indiana used to do it county by county. Indiana was such a mess for most of my life. My older brother referred to them as savages over that. Like Indiana was completely nuts. Just completely all over the place. But yeah, let's go up here. So this is the global distribution. You can see that Canada is split. I don't remember my prairie states well enough to remember which one's Alberta and which one's Manitoba. I think this is Manitoba. Manitoba, Yukon, random parts of New Brunswick and Nunavut. I think that partially this is a map coloring problem because that feels wrong to me. Scare one Saskatchewan. Thank you, Canadians. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not good at remembering the prairies. There's not that many, right? There's not that many prairie states. There's just not that many, so it should be something I can handle pretty easily. I'm guessing that this is also a coloring error up here, the eastern seaboard of Denmark. Not of Greenland, which is part of Denmark, because it's like 100 people live in that entire area. Like 100 people live there. It's an extremely sparsely populated part of, like, even by Greenland standards. Uh, wait, there are parts of this also looks like a coloring era. So Haiti, but not the Dominican Republic. That's cute. This is interesting. The northern half of Baja. I think it's a coloring error, to be honest. Like, looking at this looks like a coloring error to me. This one might be as well. They might have just used the bucket tool incorrectly. Yeah, this is weird. This is weird. So everybody in Europe except for Belarus, Russia, and Turkey. Everybody in Europe. Oh, okay. They last year. So this map is like is possibly from 2016. Thank you though, Jarfy. Thank you, Jarfy. That's a good piece of trivia. That's a good piece of trivia. That's a good piece of trivia. Yeah, what a mess. And look at Australia. Look at Australia being messy as hell. We can use this to dox Vershayon, telling what time zones they're in. I'm sure that's what we need. What is going on in Chile? Because like the further south you are, the more you would need it. What is Chile doing? What is Chile doing? That's very weird. That's very weird. Iceland, of course, has a completely different time system than like everybody else on the planet. As does Nepal. Nepal's time zone is very annoying. Nice. Excellent. Enjoy it, Mara. Enjoy it. But yeah, it's daily savings is a mess. Go for it. I mean, I certainly can't stop you. What am I going to do? What am I going to do about it? Yeah, time zones are weird. Time zones are surreal. Mostly because of like the political angle to it, which makes a lot of sense to me that there are these political angles to it, where, you know, like the People's Republic of China just uses one time zone, right? That they don't just do what other countries do for time zones. They just make it like you just have the one China time zone, and India does the same thing. And that's coherent to me, but it's also coherent to me that people want to have more specific time zones. And of course, we get used to thinking about them as being a confusing thing, right? Yeah, India's plus 30 minutes, and Nepal is plus 15, which is very annoying. Nepal's isn't even a half hour or hour. It's very annoying. And yes, the what do you mean, did I get templated? The quote add works. You can use quote add. You should be able to use quote add. If you want to quote add, you should be able to quote add and make my life a nightmare where I have to remove bad quotes if you add bad quotes. You can do it. No, I wrote that manually. But yeah, I don't know what templated means here. I might remove that timer though, because that timer is not doing very much. It's not accomplishing much. It's just kind of spamming chat. But yeah, the way that it used to be was that every city had their own time zone. Every municipality would just do their own time, and they would just calibrate it to noon is whenever the sun is highest in the sky. Hello, Nocturnal Ash. Hello. And the problem was trains. That's the reason why we implemented time zones, was so that train schedules were readable. The old school train schedules are just completely unreadable. Hello, Floburb. Hello. I am warming up and stalling on getting around to lecture. Hello. You're early for tomorrow. I mean, like I said, you're not tardy because I'm warming up. This is why I like to do a big warm up. This is why I like to do a big warm up. Why I like to take my time. Yes, happy time zone, Floburb. We were just talking about time zones. I think I'm going to take a hint from some better streamers than me. Wow, I need to get a new Firefox so you can't see what webcomics I'm into. So I don't know if other people do this one. I love this one. I love Tradle. I love Tradle. Okay. I understand though, just going by the Sona's most natural way. Yeah, there's no real need for it before trains. Really. Hello, Woozadon. Hello, Woozadon. So if people, Tradle's a bit of an odd one because it's mostly a geography game. Ooh, Bandle would be a nightmare to me. Bandle would be a very bad one for me. I am very bad with music. That would be a really rough one for me. So here's what I'm looking at. First thing I see here is 2.05 billion. 2.05 billion is tiny. If you're under 10 billion, you're pretty much restricted to Sub-Saharan Africa, the Caribbean, and Pacific Island states, you know, like your Micronesias and stuff like that. Like, I don't think anywhere in Europe is below 10 billion. I don't think anywhere in Europe is below 10 billion. So I see raw sugar being high, confectionery sugar, pasta. Pasta's an interesting one. Oh geez, I'm doing the easy one. We're doing the warm-ups. Cold briquettes is another traditional export of very poor countries. Sugar tells me that we're in a relatively tropical area. So sugar tells me we're relatively tropical, which doesn't actually eliminate very much. Scented mixtures. So let's take a look at mineral product. No, hold on. I always get this. So shift is the one. So they've got oil and some fossil fuels, but no precious metals to speak of. Yeah, no precious metals are coming out of this country. Interestingly, finished products. So if it's finished products and it's still only 200 million, that says to me that we've got a very low population. I'm leaning more towards Pacific Islands. Okay, so bananas, citrus, coffee, tropical fruits. I am leaning Caribbean. Right now. I mean, Mara, you can scream. I cannot stop you from screaming, but the staff at the coffee shop might. I am going to start off with, I think Martinique might actually be too small. Let's start with Grenada. Okay, other side of the planet from Grenada. Completely wrong side of the world. So now we're in hell. Now we are in hell. My biggest problem is that I'm actually not very good at telling how far 11,000 kilometers is. Sao Tome I'm considering, is 11,000 enough to get you into the Pacific from the Caribbean? Hello, Carmelo. Hello, Carmelo. Hello. I'll try Sao Tome. Yeah, but it needs to be further south. Let's try Maldives. I should have tried Maldives earlier. Nope. Mauritius. We're getting into weird ones here. Oh? Okay, hold on. So Sao Tome... What is like midway between Sao Tome and Mauritius? What is it? Wow. This is a tricky one. So it's like midway between Sao Tome and Mauritius. Yeah, Maldives was actually a really bad guess. I should have done Mauritius instead of Maldives. I was just thinking about Maldives because one of my regulars is from Maldives. Yeah, but not doing very good. So it's Africa. Because it's east of Sao Tome and west of Mauritius, so it's Africa. I'm guessing it's got to be mostly south of Sao Tome and mostly west of Mauritius. Who is going to be in that region? It's got to be somebody tiny. I'm gonna go with it's probably somebody landlocked. Because Let's take a look at this one, actually. Refrigerators, low voltage protection equipment, obviously can't be anything like Burkina Faso. It can't be anything in the Gold Coast because it's South Home. I'm trying to remember my Central African. Rwanda is mostly a textiles exporter, but that's not a bad choice. I'm thinking a little bit more, that's not a bad choice. I'm thinking about Malawi, but I think Malawi I've had before. I think Malawi has a different layout. I think Malawi has more, might actually be an electricity exporter. It's not going to be Botswana. Botswana's bigger. I don't think you've used your brain more. Okay. Oh, okay. I was like, huh? How do I evaluate this statement, Jarfy? How do I evaluate this statement? I mean, the African ones are hard. Africa is a tough area. It's not gonna be Equatorial Guinea. That's too close to South Home. Rwanda would be north. Yeah, I'll try Rwanda. I will try Rwanda. I think Rwanda has a different layout. Okay, yeah, Rwanda's way too far north. That's what I was wondering about. I'm gonna try Malawi. No, hold on. Lesotho. It was Eswatini. Dang it. I was thinking Eswatini, I was thinking Malawi, and I was thinking Lesotho. Dang it. I almost always get this one. Eswatini is a tough one. And I almost certainly would have spelled it wrong because I almost certainly would have said Swaziland because I'm old. Okay. Bad Science says that was the easy one. We're going harder. We're going harder now. Connect Trade is much harder. Assuming it loads properly. Okay. Connect Trade is much harder if you haven't seen this one. Connect Trade is much trickier. So... this is going to be a nightmare because all of these are very poor countries. I guess Panama isn't that poor, and Guyana's been growing very quickly. Guyana has been growing very quickly, so Guyana's going to be crude petroleum. Whatever else is with crude petroleum is going to be Guyana. There's just no way any of these other countries have anything compared to Guyana's crude petroleum. Guyana's exports are like, Guyana's the fastest growing economy on the planet, and it's primarily being driven by crude. There's no way anybody else is going to have it. Afghanistan is one of the absolute poorest countries on the planet. It is not going to have any of the ship ones. So scrap, special purpose, passenger. It's not going to have any of those. So I can limit. Let's work on Afghanistan. Knotted carpets, I know, is going to be one of the ones for Afghanistan. I don't think Afghanistan is a particularly strong rice-growing region. I don't know if they're still good for spice seeds, but I know they were historically. Let's think about this. It's an incredibly poor country. I know it's a lithium exporter, but lithium's not on here. I don't think it's a rice exporter. I don't think... So copper... Let's go with copper. Because copper ore and lithium mining are usually linked. Interesting. Okay, so... interesting. So I'm pretty sure... So green is... I'm playing this on easy mode. This one is tougher. I've only started playing it a couple days ago. So I'm still... I'm not yet tough enough to put it onto hard mode yet. Hard mode's a real escalation. So... let's do a burner here. And... This feels unlikely to me, but let's give it a shot. Okay, so I haven't gotten enough information. Okay, so the colors mean that they are the same. So everything red is the same country, everything yellow is the same country, everything blue is the same country. It doesn't tell you which country is which. I am going to be very confident and say that green is going to be Afghanistan, blue is going to be Guyana. Red and yellow, I don't know. Red and yellow, I mean, they've got to be Panama and St. Kitts, but I don't know enough about St. Kitts to tell you crap. So I really should check soapstone. That should have been one of my first ones. So let's just go for some of the ones I'm really confused about. Let's just see what happens here. So soapstone, insect resins. Now we're in pretty good shape, actually. Knotted carpets and spice seeds. That's Afghanistan. Yep, that's Afghanistan. And now at this point it becomes a combinatorics problem. So okay, so let's just mark this out. So we know that crude and rice are going to be Guyana. And I thought that they would be exporting gold. So crude and rice. I haven't checked bananas. Oh wait, the only Guyanese guy I know was a banana farmer. So let's think about this. So crude, rice, bananas, not copper. Well, hold on. Let's just do this way. So scrap vessels is somebody else. Scrap measuring and other. Scrap measuring in animals is one country. Scrap measuring and scrap measuring. Oh, there. Let's try this. There we go. St. Kitts. That's St. Kitts. Okay. So now we've got. So Panama is the ship makers, not the ship breakers. They're ship makers, not ship breakers. And I'm gonna go with aluminum and copper. So let's go with these for Panama. One off. Okay, so it's the aluminum. Nope, I am in trouble. I am in trouble. So that means we actually know everything here. So petroleum, rice, gold, and aluminum. Okay, I really thought Guyana was going to be bananas. Not a great performance on my part. I just screwed up really badly at the end there. I think I started out pretty good and then I got a lot worse. And now we're going to do the hardest one. Now we're going for the hardest one. I love redactyl. Redactyl rules. Hello, Marine. Hello, Marine. Welcome in. I am doing some warm-ups before I get to the actual purpose of this. So, redactyl. This one's cool. I love redactyl. So, 41 guesses. That's brutal. 41 guesses. So redactyl is they take a Wikipedia article and they block out the vast majority of the words. Interesting. Oh, whoops. That should not have happened. Hold on. Yeah. Average SCP entry. So, hold on. That doesn't feel like it's supposed to happen. I haven't used any of my guesses. I think this is a really fun puzzle. Azershot. Hello, Azershot. I think this is a really fun puzzle because it's all about constructing knowledge. It's all about recovering knowledge from context. All you have is context. So let's see. So they're using present tense at the start. This is really short and ends with a period colon. That makes me think this is IPA. This is the IPA pronunciation guide. It's not a language. Because languages, they would be longer here. But usually they remove the IPA pronunciations from these, so it might be something else. It might say NA and then have the alternative turn here. So it's a single word. This is a really miserable one to look at. Yeah, this is and 41 is a lot. 41 is really long. This is one of the things I always look out for, is because they will italicize. They will retain the italics in the redaction. So this is probably a foreign word. If I had to guess, a Latin word based on the sizes. I think this might be an animal. I think this might be an animal. They are... The amount of italics makes me think that we've got an animal on our hands, but I'm not sure about that. Let's see. Let's start with some common Wikipedia header terms. I don't know if I want to use hints. Should I do hintless or use hints? That's the question. Should I use hints or not? Because if I were to use a hint, I would use it like... Oh, interesting. They're not going to let me... This would be the cheap one to use the hint on. Hintless? Okay. We're going hintless. So let's go with history first. History. Okay. The power of chat. Okay, so history is an early title, an early part. So that makes me think that it's actually a practice or a tool or a building. Yes, this is a test of understanding Wikipedia formatting and piecing together. It's a documentary analysis. It's a fragmentary documentary analysis. It's wonderful. Yeah. Yeah, this is what historians do all the time. It rules. It rules. I love this one. This makes me think it's a process. So it's not going to be a subway because it begins with AN. So it's not going to be a subway. So I think it's something artificial. It's something artificial and it's something old. Artificial old begins with a vowel. So it's not a canal. It's not a house. This is almost certainly used, which is not an interesting insight. Yeah, I mean, what we've got right here is a lot. What we've got right here is a lot. The biggest thing that strikes me is this right here. That tells me that we've got some sort of process. If we've got a history, let's try the word industry. Let's try the word industry. No industry. No industry. So this is going to be divided into something arrows. Yeah, industry I'm surprised to not have. And usually it's wide enough that they'll catch industrial. That's not like a hard and fast rule, but I think they usually do catch those kind of things. So this is gonna be like prehistory. Probably. It's probably prehistory. This has got to be eras because periods is too long. Let's think about this. 41 guesses means that this is a tough one. Start with, let's go with classical Roman. Okay, so, time? Yeah, I'll give time a shot. 7 uses of time. See, it catches times. That's the question. You have infinite. The average for this one's 41, which is huge. 41 is gigantic. That is an enormous one. I don't know how often I've seen 41. So this is almost certainly an extremely tough one. I'm gonna try tool. Nope. Let's try animal. Only one use of animal. In ancient times, yeah, probably. Yeah, I was trying to avoid that one because I don't know that I'll get a lot out of it. Oh, that, used. Nope, that must already be in here. So, and there's a kind of science, there's a kind of an art to choosing things that are more specific versus less specific. So the lack of industry and the lack of Roman, where's animal used? I gotta... Hold on a sec. Hold on a second. Okay, my other computer started. Trade? No trade. No trade. Let's see. Let's try to eliminate whole topics. Let's go with music. No music. Art. No art. Yeah, even hit war. Yeah. 10. Okay, there we go. War is getting us somewhere. Oh, hold on. War. So if it's periodized by wars, so war during the something war. That's got to be Franco-Prussian. This has got to be World War II. This has got to be World War II. Yeah. During the... That's not Franco-Prussian. That's going to be World War I. I think it's a chemical. I think it's... No, interesting. So it's not, it's probably not that. Okay, so it's probably not a chemical. Maybe, let me try metal. Okay, what if we would have caught industry before then? Yeah. It wouldn't be an illusion. That doesn't make any sense. That's way too broad. That's way too broad. This is present day right here. hold on. So it's not going to be an airplane. Yeah, it could be tactic, could be... It's not going to be an airplane, just because of the grammar of this. Let's try vehicle. Vehicle! Okay, no, it is good. It is a vehicle. I'm going to try airplane now. Okay. Yeah, it's a vehicle. It's a vehicle of some kind. It's a vehicle. Let's take a look at the other uses of vehicle. So it's not chariot because it has to begin with a vowel, and it's old. Lighter than air. There we go. This is lighter than air. Yeah, it's not the, hello, Fatima. Hello, Fatima. It's some sort of aircraft. Yeah, I think it's, so this is going to be lighter than air, right? This is what I was thinking. This has got to be lighter than air. It's yeah, no, this is the trouble though, because it begins A-N. So A-N, yeah, it has to start with a vowel. It's got to start with a vowel, so it's not an airplane, but it's not airplane. Aircraft is a general option. I'm gonna try it, but I don't think it is. I'm with you. That doesn't seem right. Okay, shit, it was. It was. It was. I didn't want to believe. I did not want to believe. I did not want to believe. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, zero hints and 1/3 the guesses. Less than half. I'm sorry, less than half. A little bit less than half the guesses. I love this one. It means plural. It means plural. So the plural of aircraft is aircraft, is what that means. An aircraft pluralized as aircraft. Yeah, war was really useful. War was really useful. Time did not get... See, the thing is, like, this is the thing, is that there's an art to this, because time shows up a lot, but it didn't tell us very much. History was useful. History was useful because... Yeah, time doesn't... It can sometimes, but it didn't here. History was useful because knowing that there was a history section really high up in it is one of those things that tells you that you're looking at something pretty artificial. So that one was actually pretty... History was pretty useful, even though there weren't as many hints. What was the use for animal? Interesting. I love this puzzle. This is my favorite one. This is my favorite one. But yeah, war was extremely useful, in no small part because it showed us that World War II was important. That was like a lot of it. Was like, okay, so this is, even though I thought it might be something very old, right, from the earliest experience tonight. See, when this threw me off. This threw me off. Because there's 5 history sections, right? There's 5 history sections, and I'm just gonna assume that if you've got 5 historical eras for something, they've got to be old. They've got to be old. There's no way. There's no way that you're going to have 5 historical eras that start in like 1900. Like, that feels wild to me. Which is what we had here. I just like would not have been intuitive to me at all. I was really misled by this. Yeah, no, I was expecting it to be like spears. You know, I was expecting like spears or like poisons or oven. Like the concept of the oven or something like that. Like, I was expecting something like old kitchens. uh, washing machines. Like I was expecting something that was at least medieval. Something at least had like a significant medieval history, if not older. Yeah, it's the nature of the game. Yeah, that's the nature of the game. Yeah. Yeah, no, this one I love. This one's my favorite out of all of these guessing games. On that note, I am going to use the restroom, and then I will be right back, and then we'll get to the lecture, because that's what we're here to do, right? You guys are here to listen to an old man who's applied to a lot of jobs. Hello, Space Circus. Hello, yeah, I mean, that's where the money is, Jarfy. That's where the money and power is. So, give me uno momento. Also, it only just occurred to me that Gringotts underwriter, not Gringotts Sundare writer. I thought it was like Sundari. My bad. My bad. I'm spending too much time around anime folk these days. Okay, give me a few moments. Give me a few moments. I need to restroom. I'll be right back. Hello, 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 hello. Uh, You're right, Jarfy. I am the anime. I am the anime. I mean, safer. We're not going to decipher linear A because I am obviously... I haven't even studied linear A seriously at any point in my life. There's no way. I don't even speak ancient Greek. There's just no way. But that does make me think that when we get more of them, when more of them become available, I will probably do a react stream to those recently unveiled Pompeian scrolls. That's going to be very exciting. That's going to be very, very exciting. I am yeah. I will probably do that. Oh, you haven't heard about this? You haven't heard about this? Yeah, so, yeah, of course my ad blocker's on. So, we have scrolls. Yes, so what has happened is actually much weirder than that. We have scrolls that look like this. Where this article might not have the information I'm looking for. This article I don't think has this article doesn't have the interesting part. This one might be what I'm looking for. So, yeah, this is what the scrolls look like. Dang it, nobody has the goddamn thing. Pompey Scrolls, Brett Devereaux. There we go. Nope. Not what I needed. Nope, come on. Why is Google so bad these days? Here we go. There we go. This is what we're looking at. Yes, Space Wizard, Sword Wizard basically has it. Yeah, the graffiti is incredibly useful, but here, look. We've started to... This requires a lot of work. This requires an insane amount of math. You know, these things, like, look at this thing. Look at this thing. And this is what happens if you try to physically unroll it. But they created a way of using, I'm assuming it's mostly SET. I'm assuming it's primarily SET. And to do the penetration. And then you just have to do an enormous amount of math to figure out, to figure out the electron measurements below the, at the level of like the paper to ink that survives. Yeah. Yeah, it's always linear algebra. It's always linear algebra. Well, actually, here's the text. Here's the text. General subject of the text is pleasure, highest good in so it's an Epicurean text. In these two snippets from two consecutive columns of text, the author is concerned with whether and how the availability of goods can affect the pleasure which they provide. Do things that are available in lesser quantities afford more pleasure than those available in abundance? Our author thinks not. As too in the case of food, we do not right away believe things that are scarce to be absolutely more pleasant than those which are abundant. However, it is easier for us to naturally do without things that are plentiful. Such questions will be considered frequently. Since it's the end of a scroll, this phrasing may suggest that more is coming in subsequent books of the same work. At the beginning of the first text, a certain Xenophontos is mentioned, perhaps the same man, presumably a musician, as mentioned by Philodemus in his work on music. So yeah, this is some Epicurean musing on what I think is a fairly reasonable questions. What I think is a fairly reasonable question, which is, you know, does the use value of something and its availability have any particular correlation? Right, that's a reasonable way to talk about it. Oh, hello, Rocco is my dog. Hello, 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 hello. But yeah, this is super cool. This is so cool. This is so cool. So when more of these get revealed, hello, Kuro Hozaki. Hello, hello, hello. Once more of these get revealed, I will probably do a stream reacting to them. Or just, I mean, I already kind of did a little bit, but I'll probably do a more concerted stream reacting to them. Oh, we don't care about that. We don't care about that. Thank you, thank you. We are having a great stream. We are having a great stream. Yeah, I figure it's about time for me to get to the main event today. It's been an hour and 20 minutes, a traditional warm-up phase for a Zatsu streamer. So we're going to talk about job applications. We're going to be talking about job applications today. And as I mentioned before, I've done recruiting. I have been on hiring committees at a couple of different levels. Especially discussing the more intimate. Oh, that's really interesting. That's really interesting, Azershot. Doesn't know anything about the setting they were translating. That's really interesting. I remember reading a manga where the translator was from Southeast Asia and just decided to use extremely British English for no good reason, and did not have a good grasp of British English. Oh. No, I don't want to go back there. Yes, hello, Yuriotl. Hello, hello, hello. This one's actually going to be on the more casual side than my history lectures. But the history lectures, again, I feel like I need to apologize. The history lecture series has largely been put on hiatus for a while, because I am I'm at the early stages of debut planning. My life has changed. Oh, and also hello, ball sapling. Hello, hello. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Did the alert not go through, or did it just happen while I wasn't here? It must have happened while I was away. So apologies, ball sapling. But yeah, the next history lectures I want to do are on West African colonialism. Oh, you're on the BRB, okay. And I just want to take a lot of time to make sure I get the research right, because it's an area I'm not super familiar with. You're currently in job application hell, but wants a hiring manager. Yep, okay, so Yuriotl, you will probably know everything that I am going to say here. This is probably going to be very straightforward for you, if you've been a hiring manager. I've been on hiring. I've also been in job application hell. Yeah, sorry, Safer Q. Also, I will freely admit I don't know. I don't know a lot about the tech market. I'd want somebody like Kari on here to talk about the tech market. But tech is definitely one I know a lot less about than other marketplaces. Without further ado, what is a job? What are we talking about here? Let's lay out our terms here. Let's lay out our terms here. I'm using a fairly simple definition of a job. I'm using a fairly simple definition of a job where it's, you know, fundamentally a contract between two people. And I am kind of referring to a job in a sense as distinct from other ways of making a living. Right? There's other ways you can make a living. You could be independent, you could be subsistence, you could be a serf. A serf would not be here. A gig would not be a job. You know, a gig is a gig is a gig is a gig. A gig is not a job. I'm not even talking about a career. A career is far more abstract. A career is kind of the overarching narrative to a series of jobs that an individual holds. I'm sorry, Jeremy, but we all know that Job has never held a job in his life. And I'm being a little bit, you can see a little bit of my own cynicism coming through here, where I say trades their time to a more powerful person, because you're usually paid per hour. Most jobs pay you per hour, and anybody who has held a career at a actual powerful employer, like an actual big deal employer, knows that the most important skill for any job is to make it look like you are doing work without actually doing any work. So you are actually trading your time for money. You are not really trading your labor for money or your productivity. A more commission-based job would be more accurately one where you're trading your labor or your production for money, but honestly, a lot of us are worried about a standard type of job, and the jobs that I am familiar with and that I am going to be more concerned with are going to be jobs like janitors, a job I did a lot of recruiting for, security guards, another one I did a lot of recruiting for, stereotypical office worker stuff. Yeah, sometimes at work you're just a body. Like I had a job where that was literally the primary duty they wanted me to do. Yeah, exactly, Ozershot. That is called being a skilled employee. That's called being a very skillful employee. That is called winning. Hashtag winning. I appreciate you. I appreciate your boss's donation to my stream. I appreciate your boss's donation to my stream. Hello, Pekoneko. Hello. One of my favorite names to pronounce. Pekoneko. I'm waiting with bated breath to see what Ozershot has to say. I'm waiting. Oh, wow. Whoa, okay. Okay, wow. Wow. Thank you very much, Ozershot. Wow. That's extremely kind of you. I really appreciate it. As I said before, I would like to do this professionally, and so it's always very helpful, and it's always very affirming. I know that I'm still early days. And I'm still a very young, inexperienced VTuber with a lot left to go on it. It just means so much to me that people think this highly of what I'm doing. It's wow. And I guess you're in it for the long haul. Enjoy your 6 months of tanks. Enjoy your 6 months of tanks and fire dances. Oh, thank you, Wizardon. I do think I'm not gonna lie, I do actually think I'm kind of good at this. I do think I'm kind of good at this. It is affirming to have other people back me up on that. It's yeah, I'm not special. Good. Thank you for knocking me back down to earth, Ozershot. Get to save a month? Yeah. So it's that's what a job is. I'm only having my year anniversary of ever having streamed at all in May. I'm 1 month out from having my 1 year anniversary of ever streaming. I know that sounds like a long time, but also Matar Khan did it for 14 years. So yeah, no, I'm very grateful. We're getting a little bit off. I'm sorry. I now feel like I'm being I'm being like a smug jerk now. So I'm going to get back to track. I'm going to try to get back on track. We can talk more about this later, or on the Discord or something. Why do you want a job? Because money can be exchanged for goods and services. But I actually do think that this is where I actually have something resembling an interesting insight into all of this, which is that there is definitely a thing about Western Civ and the master-servant relationship that I think carries through into the modern employment conception and the modern concept of what qualifies as a real job. That jobs that I have held down where I was making money and such, but I was making money on my own terms or on short-term contracts were seen as fake jobs. Whereas jobs that even paid less or were even less secure were seen as more real jobs. Like I said, I used to be a professor, and people thought of that as a real job because it had this like long established relationship, and part of that is the relationship puts you on this hierarchy between your department head and your department and the university president above you and the students and grad students below you. Puts you into this very clear hierarchy of a chain of master servant relationships. And that was seen as a more real and job that was more valorized and seen as having a lot in common with a white-collar job, with a standard office job, like being a recruiter, for example, another job I've held down, or being an analyst, another job I've done several times, in a way that being a teacher on a more freelance basis, which is kind of what I do now, was not seen as a real job. That was seen as a gig or a hobby, even though, like, I made more money as a dog groomer than as a professor, as a rule, and the hours were more confident. Like it was a more stable, steady, and lucrative profession than academia. But because it was kind of seen as being a little bit more déclasse, I was definitely looked down on, and people thought that I was not really doing very much. And of course, this always exists in an awkward tension, right? Especially for us Americans. Americans have a real valorization of the entrepreneur as a concept, of the independently wealthy, of the person who just like makes their own business. But we only really care about once they make a few $1 million, right? We don't really care about it when somebody just is like, I know authors who make $3,000 or $4,000 a month, right? Which is enough to live fairly comfortably. At least I think that's quite a bit of money. To me, a very, very cheap person who grew up pretty poor, $3,000 a month is quite a lot of money. That's often seen as like a not real job, as like an insecure job, as just kind of playing around. When it's, they're getting pretty far. They're making their way in this world. But it's the lack of an obvious social better, and I think that's really interesting. Again, it's been this constant tension over the course of time, and we could probably go further back to Sumeria if we were willing to draw the sources. But I do think that there is something kind of valid about stopping your trajectory with ancient Greece at the oldest. Because there is kind of a discontinuity, right? Because of the way that the LBAC happened, the way that the Bronze Age collapse happened, there's kind of a discontinuity. So, the client-patron relationships that Romans participated in, that is something. Okay, that's what you meant. I was wondering where you're going with that. Yeah. No, people. You can read some pretty bad books. You can read some pretty bad books and play some pretty good video games. So yeah, no, you are completely right, Azershot. You are completely correct. And yeah, I think this is really interesting. I remember when I was recruiting people, they would frequently use this kind of terminology. This is why I even thought about this, was that the way they talked about getting a job was not about the paycheck. It was about having a sort of stable social relationship to the world. It was about finding a place where they could fit into the social world in a way that was like more coherent and more real. Yeah. And not just status, but of not just being like high status versus low status, but being like fixed status, being correct status, being reasonable status, not just high versus low. Because these people were still applying for like janitorial jobs. These were pretty low status jobs as a so yeah, I think that that's pretty cool. I think that that's pretty cool. And from here on out, I promise you this lecture is going to be a lot more lowbrow. What am I covering today? Yeah, janitors are one of society's most valuable jobs. I'm fully of the opinion that sanitation workers are some of the most important people. Yeah. So I have worked a lot. Sword wizard. That's very common. That's very common. And that's kind of what I'm talking about. That's kind of what I'm talking about. Like the permanency and the fixed relationship to power, the being a sworn knight versus being a knight errant kind of thing. That's kind of what I'm going for there. It's like that's the kind of distinction. The distinction between knight errant and a fixed knight, a regular knight, a household knight. So to the extent that I'm very bad at kayfabe, I'm extraordinarily bad at kayfabe and OPSEC VTuber. And so I can't actually stop myself from revealing lots of personal details about my life. I've worked a lot of jobs. Knight Neatant, that's cute, Menharat. That's cute, Menharat. Also, welcome in, Menharat. I feel like I see you around a lot, but I like your name a lot. I like the name a lot. Oh, hello, Birds for Days. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Raiders. Oh, hello, Raiders. So my alerts are busted. My alerts are busted. Hello, 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 hello. My alerts are busted. Hello, Bird for Days. Hello, you and I. Hello, my Shiburi. No, my Shibari. My Shibari. It's a cute name. I like that a lot. Hello, hello, hello. Ren, welcome in, welcome in. Hello, Julian Penn. Hello, hello, hello. Where? I am sorry, I'm going nuts about the fact that I can't find my frigging alerts. I am going nuts about this fact. Where are my alerts? Browser source. That existing alerts one. Center horizontally. Hello, Bird for Days. Hello, Joe Julian. Hello. Yeah. I got squished. You actually got in here quite early. I spent most of the stream, playing Wordle variants as a warm-up. So I had a lot of fun with that. I apologize asking for this, but with somebody who just came in, even if you don't want to follow me, would you just do a quick follow, even if you unfollow me immediately? I just want to see if the alert works. My Shibari followed, so no, it's not working. It's not working. You can unfollow if you'd like. You can unfollow if you'd like. Not a big deal. How did I break my alerts? Did I break my alert? Oh my goodness, I may have broken my alert in the silliest way possible. I may have broken my alert in an extraordinarily silly way. Let me just... Yep, I think I broke it in a very, very silly way. So let me try this. Okay, I haven't figured out what's wrong now. Now I don't know. Now I don't know what's wrong. Yeah, that's what that's actually my Shibari. That's what I actually went to. I was hunting that down. Yeah, I don't know what happened here. Control audio. Refresh. Copy the alert source. I'm gonna try it one more time. Don't want to bring your family name? Okay, Mai. I think it's a very cute name. I'm not going to lie. I like it a lot as a name. There we go. That's the test alert. There we go. Test alert went through now. Okay, there we go. Alerts are fixed now. There we go. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I apologize for that. I apologize for that, but I need to get, so let's get back on topic. So, yes, I am still doing the early parts of this Bird for Days. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Let me be a, thank you for the follow, Eurotel. Let me back up here for a second and be a really professional streamer here. First of all, what was Bird for Day doing? Hades! Hades is wonderful. I hope you had a really good time with Hades. I hope you had a really, really good time. I liked Hades a lot. I only got up to Heat 33 before it got too much for me. So I didn't get super far. You know, I got most of the storyline, but once I got into like Heat 30 plus, it was really tough, and I'm not that good at video games, so I did kind of stop there. Yeah, I hope you were having a good time with Hades. I hope I'm guessing you're excited for Hades too. What? I did not get into the Hades 2 beta. I did not even try. I did not even try. But, yeah, Heat 33. Maybe my brain is cooked from knowing too many people who are really good at games. Maybe I'm trying to get into the Manor Lords one, and I'm not going to get into it because the Manor Lords beta ends in like 2 days. There's no way they're letting me in at this point. That was what I was trying to get into. Traps was the one that murdered me. Traps was surprisingly hard. I always thought that Traps would be an easy one to deal with, the Traps modifier, and then it was not. I am sorry, I was wasting my time. I'm still being a bad streamer here. I am Almantas. Welcome in, Raiders. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber. I am an old man. I love old things. Most of my streams, I do lots of hand camming. I play some retro games from time to time, but mostly I do a lot of hand cam. I do a lot of calligraphy. That's my bread and butter, is I do calligraphy, and if I get a better kitchen setup, I'll start cooking on stream more often. Time limit is pretty rough. Time limit is pretty rough. White and red rose stuff. Okay, white and red rose. Do you mean the War of the Roses, Mura Sensei? When you say that, or are you referring to some other events? Usually, on non-Mondays, I stream pretty long. If I'm doing a non-Monday stream, I like to do like 8 hours. If I am on Mondays, I can only do like 5 hours. On Mondays, I can only do like 5 hours. So, War of the Roses. You probably know more than me, Mura Sensei. The thing that I mostly think about with the War of the Roses is that the War of the Roses is in a lot of ways kind of the last. Oh, Extreme Measures 4 is really fun. Extreme Measures 4 is the best one. That one's fun. The War of the Roses is kind of the final thing that ends the medieval era in England. After that, there's no. It's the modern era. After that, it's the modern era. It is so stupid. It's so romantic. It's so English. It's such an part of what's so interesting to me about it is that it is this kind of proxy war. It's called the Tudor era. The post Roses is the Tudor era. Well, we call it the modern era. That's called modernity. And it's worth noting that I talk about this very frequently. The modern era begins around 1500, but depending on what type of historian you are, you might use a different date. I usually use 1492 because that's the beginning of colonialism, but I also like 1453 because the fall of Constantinople. Battle of Bosworth Field is a common one for English historians. Hello, okay, goodbye, Jarfy. Goodbye, Jarfy. So yeah, the War of the Roses is also kind of proxy war. I don't have an answer for you, Ball Sapling. They are kind of similar. There is that kind of TD sliding that Americans do if you're used to listening to British English. British English speakers think that Americans say T's like D's. Water bottle is like the big one, and I always find that really interesting. Because they say like, oh yeah, Americans say water, and I'm like, when I say water, I hear the T, and I can say water as a different word. Mora, no, you are a delightful person. Ooh, okay, so you know things, Ball Sapling, you know things. Yeah. I can say water as a different word from water. Like those are different words to me. Like I just hear them differently, but British people hear them the same way, which is interesting. But yeah, so the thing I guess that's the most interesting to me about the War of the Roses, there's all this romanticism to it, but it's also kind of just this crass proxy war between two French kingdoms. The Burgundian French and the Parisian French are just kind of using it as a proxy battle. I find that interesting. Interesting, Murray. I did not know that. And I hope that was a satisfactory little history story. You little bastards in chat all know more modern European history than me, so it's always a pain in the ass when you ask me that for those ones. It's always a pain in the ass for me. But okay, so yes, today I am going through, that's a lie, Mura-sensei. Do not listen to Mura-sensei's lies. Do not listen to Mura-sensei's lies. Mura is very, very smart. Mura is very smart and she's just fishing for compliments. I have helped people get a lot of different jobs in my life. I have probably placed a few, thank you for the tall, you and I, probably placed maybe 1,000 successful placements, probably less. I was not especially good as a recruiter. Well, it's a good thing I don't have a Mass Effect Factor team then. I am not, I was not an especially good recruiter, but I did have a lot of experience with it. I will point out that these are some holes that I have. I flat out these top three, I just flat out do not know. I know enough about how you get jobs in them to know that I don't know how you get jobs in them. I only ever interviewed 4 performing artists, and I never successfully placed a single one of them. I have no idea how performing arts jobs work. Medicine, I know enough about how medicine works to tell you that the stuff I'm going to say does not apply to medicine. You get bored into it. In the US, it's actually a really complicated system. In the US, it's a very complicated system for how you get medical jobs. I don't know. I should also be clear. I'm talking about America. I do not know how things work in Russia. I am sorry, Mura-sensei. With medicine, they overlap a lot, Ozershot. Yes, the US imports nurses from other countries. We import home health aides from other countries. For doctors, it's this really complicated system where you have to get a medical degree and then you get placed inside the hospital system, and we have such a shortage of people who actually complete MDs that we do not just let them do open job applications. Like if you complete an MD, hospitals are hunting for you already. Like there's not an open recruitment system because we just don't have the spare capacity for it. The people who run hospitals are just, it's very complicated, but it's done through the hospital system. It's done through the medical system. It's not done via open enrollment type jobs like other jobs. I am talking about open type jobs. I can talk a little bit about academia. Yeah, residency is a nightmare. this is a small pro tip. If you are in the US, do not do whatever it takes to avoid needing to go to the hospital on July 4th. We are changing this system, but historically our system has been that all new doctors start July 1st. Yeah, it has deep running cultural issues. Yes, there. A lot of the traditions that we use in the United States are built on the belief that people will spend a significant percentage of their paycheck on cocaine. But yeah, historically, historically doctors start their new rotations on July 1st. And so July 4th is one of the most, because July 4th is one of the most injury prone dates in all of the United States. July 4th is like the busiest day in the entire emergency room because it's July 4th. Of course it is. It is absolutely, yeah. It's the busiest day in the emergency room of the entire year, and they're all new doctors. My nose is a little bit clogged. Yeah, I didn't, but yes, okay. Now, damn it, I could have pretended that was on purpose. Oh, okay. Okay. Yes, what are Americans doing on July 4th? It's our fireworks holiday. It's our fireworks holiday. Yeah, oh yeah, it's our fireworks holiday. Yeah, we do a lot of explosives. Yeah, we get wasted, we go to public spaces and we set off explosives. Yes, that's what we do in America for July 4th. And Ozershot, it's because it wasn't like a super intentional thing, I don't think. It was a result of when people graduate from school, which is typically May to June. Traditionally, people graduate from school in America in like at the end of May. And then, so you spend a month in June getting placed at your new hospital, and then you start on July 4th. Honestly, 4th of July is surprisingly chill. I'm not gonna lie. 4th of July is not that terrifying of a holiday. It's actually pretty, yeah, it is our Independence Day. Like the majority of the world, we celebrate independence from the United Kingdom. It's too hot for us to actually like do anything that exciting. Like yeah, you and your neighbors, you get some big old barrels and you put up some grills and you light some things on fire. The real thing about the 4th of July is that everybody, hello Orc Florist, hello. Yeah, everybody's excited to be free from the United Kingdom, including apparently the United Kingdom. A topical joke. Ooh, okay, I've been in those kind of areas. Let me make sure I get your name right. Octoratatum. There we go, Octoratatum. Good name. I'm guessing you're a Roman history guy. Am I on the money there, Octoratatum? But yes, but yeah, so I know a little bit about medicine. I know a little bit about medicine, and I mostly know that what I'm going to say here doesn't apply. And surprisingly not. Interesting. You're invoking autoritas. Hello, little Colink. Let me give the shout out to Colink. Did I get that right? Of course, of course you were playing software and game development. For people who do not know, El Colunk, there's no way I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I'm so sorry. There's no way I'm getting your name correctly. Colunk. L colon Q? Okay, L colon Q. That's much easier. Far from the first person to guess given the Latin username. Yeah, L colon Q is one of the silliest streamers out there, and is apparently a bodega bud, of course. the other New Yorker, the other New York streamer, Bodega Rat. Congrats to Bodega on her 3-year anniversary. But yeah, L:Q is one of the silliest streamers out there. He does lots of software development and has, I think, for my money, the funniest Discord I've ever seen. L:'s Discord has only one channel, and it's just the computer, and it's just for discussing the computer, and that's all it's for. There's no announcement channel, there's no live channel, there's no art channel. It's just computer. I think it's just rules. I think you do have a rules channel, right? It's extremely respectable. I mean, my favorite Montreal streamer left Montreal, and she's now a Bay Area streamer. Yeah, I love Bodega. There are like 5 streamers who it's entirely possible that I've met them in real life and didn't know who they were, and Bodega is a possibility. There's no way I would be able to tell it was her. There's no way I'd be able to tell, but it would be funny if I had. Oh. So yeah, now we actually get into the meat. Now we are 2 hours in, and we get started on the actual topic. So let's just start off with the hard part. I'm just gonna start off with like the demoralizing stuff. Depending on which source I was reading, I read a couple of different sources, and the applications per opening vary considerably. It's a lot based on field. If you used to be a hiring manager, it's actually much worse. Hiring managers are 250 to 300. Get you into mahjong at Off-Kai if we meet. I will probably be findable. You will probably be able to figure out who I am there. You probably will not need much help finding me. Though it could be big. I don't know. I've never been to Off-Kai before. I've barely left the house in like 3 years. I'm terrified. This is the biggest thing. This is what I want. Swords Wizard. Yeah, I just bought my ticket. I just bought my my badge. I need to buy my plane ticket still. Yeah, Swords Wizard, this is the most important one for you. And my answer to your question is, I'm sorry. That's the actual answer I've got for you, is I know you just applied. Congratulations on getting home, Mara. Congratulations on getting home. So 30 was like the lowest I could find, for how many applications per opening. Like that 30 was like the lowest number I saw. And I think that was for automotive mechanics. I think it was automotive mechanics who are the lowest. And again, it varies a lot by the field you're in. A lot of blue collar jobs are in the 50 to 75. White collar jobs are going to be over 100, pretty much universally. Are pretty much always going to be over 100 universally. You are going to get rejected a lot. You're going to get rejected a lot. I sincerely believe that humans' minds were not meant to deal with getting rejected like 100 times. I genuinely do not think we were designed for this. I just don't think that we were designed to cooperate with that. Humans are adapted to a social circumstance of the normal way that we understand how humans developed as a social species is groups of 50 to 100 people as an economic collective that had foreign relations with several other groups of a few hundred. Like your entire world would be like 500 to 1,000 people. And humans are not strictly monogamous, but monogamy biased in our mating habits. And so if you are from a group of 100 people, and you get rejected for marriage by 10 plus people, that's already really bad. That's already like catastrophic. And that's like the main form of rejection you would have had to think about in the past. Would be mating rejection. And like, no, you need to be used, you need to get used to like 100. Yeah, I rarely got a thanks but no dice. I really recommend, just for the sake of your mental health, trying to get your job application time down to like 20 minutes. Like, and like, as soon as you hit send, erase it from your mind. Just total erase it from your mind. If anything, doing it faster and moving harder is also good for you, just your mental health. Just treat it like it's a slot machine. Yeah, once you hit send, go on to the next one immediately. Try not to get attached. This is for open enrollment things. I do want to say that this is for open enrollment. Yeah, just Gamba. This is for open enrollment. Most hiring is done without open hiring. Open hiring only covers about 30% of actual hiring. If you have a connection through like a family friend or like your uncle or something like that, or a former bosses are really good. Former bosses are fantastic as a source of getting new jobs. Those are people who it's worth trying to have a kind of relationship with for that reason, because former bosses are a really good way to get new jobs. Then care about it. Those ones is worth thinking about. But yeah, I did not choose this really wonderful yeah, charisma remains the god stat. Charisma remains the god stat outside of D&D. It's a dump stat. That's what D&D is a fantasy of. D&D is the fantasy of living in a universe where charisma is the dump stat, as opposed to the real world where charisma is the god stat. I'm not just saying this because my entire lifestyle is built around being entertaining online, and therefore I don't have anything else that I'm really doing with my life. Yeah, connections are super strong for getting jobs. It makes a lot of sense if you're the person who's doing hiring. But yeah, if you are doing open applications, just fire that minigun wildly into the woods. And I'll talk more about the strategy of that in a minute. But let's peel back the curtain here. Let's take a new step back. Yeah, and humans are obligate social animals, and if you get into a fist fight, which would you rather have? If you're gonna get into a fist fight, which would you rather have? Being 20%, 30% stronger, or having 2 to 3 people backing you up? Which one sounds better to you? Which one sounds better to you? Having friends or being a little bit stronger? Yeah, charisma good. So let's take a step back. This is what I am going to. This is a really important this is one of the biggest things here, right? Is what's dang it. I need to shift this a little bit because my favorite part of this shot of this slide got cut off. My favorite part of the slide got cut off. Nope, that's the wrong element. EVGA. There we go. That's my favorite part of the slide. That's my favorite part of the slide. No, I just cut off my favorite part of the slide with my UI. So here's what hiring looks like from a corporate perspective, from the people doing hiring. And we've got a couple of people who've been hiring managers here before, so this is all probably very familiar to them. The company posts a job, and then they wait until they usually wait a couple weeks. Usually they set the time in advance, but if they don't get enough resumes in that time frame, they will extend it, right? They'll just extend it before they even really consider it. They'll just have a folder in their email inbox that just is sorted to a specific job title. They might have a different sorting system. That's basically what it looks like. Is they've got an email inbox, then they've got a folder in their inbox that says applications to position 69420. And then when that hits a certain number of unreads, then they open it up and they print them all out and they have a meeting. They have a big long meeting. It depends a little bit on the specific company, but this is how we did it. Was we'd have 3 to 5 people sit down with like 200-ish resumes, and then we would sort them. And it was usually a multi-sort system. Like, if somebody just didn't hit the qualification we cared the most about, it just went away immediately. It just immediately went into a reject pile, no thought. If somebody's resume looked like really worryingly unprofessional, instant reject, no questions. And then, you know, if we still had too many resumes left after that, then we would start discussing which qualifications we thought were the important ones, which resumes made the best impression on those, and that'd usually be a couple hours. Then we call out then you call out the interviewees, right? You try to get down to like 10 or so people that you interview, because interviews take a while. 10 interviews basically takes a whole day. Depending on the interview, it takes either a whole day or half a day. And if it takes half a day, you spend the second half of the day doing the second half of the paperwork on the interviews. Like you kind of dedicate a whole day to the interviews. And so if it's a good situation, the hiring committee looks at the 10 people they interviewed and they go, we liked these 3 or 4 the most. We liked candidate A the most, followed by candidate B, followed by candidate C. And then 2 days later, they do a background check depending on the business. In which case it takes longer. Then they call up candidate A and they go, hey, do you want to come in for a second interview, or do you want to take the job? And if candidate A doesn't pick up the phone, they go on to candidate B. And so on. Fairly frequently, that does not happen. There's a fair percentage of the time during which they cannot agree on what's going to happen, and then an actual hell happens. I will talk about that more later. But before we get to that, I have to get to one of the most important things to know about job listings. Some job listings are fake. Reject after second interview is fairly rare. Second interviews are usually pretty common. I'm sorry, rejects after second interviews are pretty uncommon. A second interview is usually more the company proving themselves to the candidate than the candidate proving themselves to the company. It does happen though. It does happen, and sometimes company will do like 3rd, 4th layer interviews, but that's usually a pain in the ass, and usually people don't bother. Usually the first interview is like a very unequal in one way, and the second interview is unequal in the other direction. That's usually how that works out. Which is why you don't ask about like pay and vacation during the first interviews, because that's kind of what the second interview is for. Yeah, that is weird. That is weird. I can think of ways that would have happened. And I'll get to some of those. Oh, you and I, that sucks. That sucks. That's obnoxious. That's so annoying. That's so annoying. I am sorry for you, my bud. But yeah, it does seem to be becoming more common, and it's really annoying. It is a very obnoxious corporate habit. First of all, this is partially an excuse to post some of my favorite art from any video game ever. King of Dragon Pass rules. This is how King of Dragon Pass portrays Gabaji, the great deceiver, the teller of lies. The entrepreneur of chaos into the modern world. Oh, okay. That makes sense to me. Yeah, this is King of Dragon Pass. This is from Almal Guards the Stead. This is what the Great Deceiver looks like in Almal Guards the Stead. Is that they only have the front. The Teller of Lies only has a front. Emperor's Armpits, hello. Much love for Emperor's Armpits. I will probably play it on stream one of these days. It's my favorite video game of all time. It is my favorite video game of all time. You probably were thinking about it too hard, Ozershot. That's probably what happened, is that you were too much of a gamer. Yes. But yeah, the teller of lies is only the front shell of a person. And so yeah, some job listings are fake. How many are fake? That's a question. How many are fake is a question. It's unclear. Yeah, you shouldn't play it like a gamer. The one person I know who beat King of Dragon Pass on their first try, it was literally the first video game they played in their entire life. A friend of mine asked me what was a good video game, and I said King of Dragon Pass, and it was the first video game he ever played, and he beat it in one shot. Nobody else I know has ever beaten it in one shot. I told him, just play it like you're a magical Viking and like the magic system is real, and he was like, okay, and then like he beat it, and I was like, wow, how did you do that? And he was like, well, you told me to act like I was a magic Viking and just roleplay like I was a magical Viking, and I did that, and it worked. Incredible stuff. But yeah, motives for posting. So there are a couple of reasons why a company would post a fake job opening. I am not in software, but I know this is an infamous one in software. This one happens all the time in software. That if a team is badly over, yeah, the ducks are nice. Don't fuck with the ducks. They're nice. That if people are, that if a software team is really behind and is really overworked, it's fairly common for the company in question to put out job openings and like publicly list them. You can fuck with the ducks a little, yeah. They put out job listings for the for a position, and the position doesn't actually exist because onboarding new people into a software team is usually more expensive than it's worth. This is why Crunch exists, is that Crunch is a management failure, right? Crunch is fundamentally a management failure, but it's not a management failure that can really be resolved by hiring people late in the production cycle. It's a thing that requires that you do things better earlier in the production cycle. So if you have a team where everybody's really mad about being overworked, then management will post a job opening that they have no intention of filling. Right? The entire purpose of the job opening is to get their employees less mad at them, not to fill a position. Very devious. Very devious, very evil. And so that one happens, and if you're a software engineer, it's probably going to end up wasting a ton of your time. Government grants is a big one. I worked a lot with those. A lot of government grants require hiring as like part of their as part of the funding, right? Like there's a lot of small business grants and small business loans and art grants that governments put out to encourage like small business ownerships and blah blah blah, and they'll often be contingent on spending like, usually it's a very good deal. I'm not gonna lie, usually it is a very good deal. It's like, you might see like for every $200,000 you have to hire one person, which if you're hiring a janitor, that means that you are just getting like $150,000 and a slightly cleaner floor, right? If that's what you do, is if you just hire a bunch of janitors, you just have a very clean floor and then you got $150,000. But a lot of these agencies and administrative units and small businesses and nonprofits they just want to pocket the money. And so if you go through a good faith process, you can get away with not hiring anybody. But part of the good faith process is that you have to list the jobs and hold interviews. You just don't have to actually hire anybody if you can say, if you are willing to lie enough that you just didn't find anybody who was really qualified, then you just get to keep the money. But then you have to spend all the money on doing all of the good faith proof, and that's, yeah, it's a pain in the ass. I don't respect it a lot. But it's a thing. It's a thing. And this one's really common. This last one is super duper common, is that they have an internal hire in mind, but for some reason they are obligated to present. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. It is very typical to be obligated to pretend for some reason or another that you are doing an open job search. Academia does this all the time, and they will even tell you. They will even tell you to your face, like, yeah, we're not going to hire you. Like, they will just tell you that outright. That like, yeah, we're actually, this professorship is going to this non-tenure track, almost never a non-tenure track facility. This professorship is going to a guy from another school that we like, or a guy who postdoced here a few years ago. Like that's very normal in academia. It happens in other fields, but other fields don't tend to be as open about it. They tend to kind of like smudge it a little bit. I still distinctly remember a job opening that I was very qualified for, but it was very specific. It was very specific. Very few people had the qualifications at all to do this. They were I was fairly off the mark, but I was like 40% qualified for this job, and almost anybody else on the planet would be like, there were probably like 10 people who had that kind of qualifications. And so I applied for it. And then the person who got the job had 100% of the qualifications and was related to the person who posted the opening. So like, it was an open enrollment. It was just the job was crafted from the get-go specifically to hire a specific person. Yeah. I mean, the thing is with academic interviews in particular, an academic job interview is like a week, and it's usually paid. So it's not that atypical that like somebody will be interview for it, and really what you're doing is you're networking. Really what you're doing is you're doing an extremely tiny conference, an extremely tiny, really focused conference is what that turns into. Because like the university pays for you to fly out, the university pays for your room and board for a week, and they'll pay for that for like 4 or 5 professors, and you just get a free week-long conference to hobnob with people in your field. It is still very frustrating because I think everybody would much rather have the fucking tenure track position, but it is not entirely a nightmare. It is merely bad. I don't know enough about your field specifically, Swords Wizard. I would say never stop networking. I don't know. There are very few fields where it hurts to network. And usually, I should be clear that a lot of people, oh, museum studies. Oh. I don't have a good answer. I don't have a good answer for that one, in no small part because my experience with museum studies is that museum studies is just kind of a place where you die. Non-stop network November, exactly. I mean, it's worth pointing out that like what networking actually is in practice is be visible and be pleasant. That is fundamentally what networking is about, is just be visible and be pleasant at the same time. Yeah, I'm sorry, Swords Wizard. You are closer to the field than I am. I stopped trying to work in museums over a decade ago. I probably would have been. I do want to say the fact that I did not actually specifically go into artifact preservation or document preservation as my specific field means that I'm one of the dumbest people on the planet. Because I am the extremely rare person who has both a chemistry and history degree. It would have been the most obvious career for me to have done, and it didn't occur to me until after I finished graduate school that I could have just done that. No, I don't have an answer for you, Swords Wizard. What the hell smiley is that? Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, I was like, that makes sense. I was like, what the hell have you posted on my timeline, you and I? What the hell is that? But that makes perfect sense. That is extremely cromulent, extremely coherent. But yeah, Museum says, it mostly just sounds really rough to me, to be honest. Yeah, I know, right? I didn't even study alchemy as a specific topic. Like, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Like, come on. Okay, more bad news. We're getting into more bad news here. I swear we'll get to good news at some point, but we're getting into more bad news. Perfectly qualified people get rejected all the time. I have literally used an RNG to reject people. I'm sure that you and I has as well. Like, yeah, yeah, called it immediately. Yeah. I mean, what will happen is that you get like 100 people who are actually qualified, and then you choose like 10 that seem the best to interview, and then you interview them, and you get like 5 people for one position, and they're all about equal, and like there's only so much dissecting you can do on like random bits of trivia about their life and like where they went to school and like how they held themselves during the interview. At a certain point, like that's all garbage data, and you just throw it out, and you put their names in an Excel sheet, and you just random number, and then you call them in that order instead of actually ranking them properly. Like, you know, the vibe check's very important. I'll talk about the vibe check later, but like, this guy, like, oh my god. If that comes up, I'll be extremely amused. But yeah, vicious infighting is a critical element of all of this. And okay, hello Grim Glassman. Hello. Welcome in. I'm gonna give a quick shout out to Grim Glassman, because I didn't know that Grim Glassman streamed until Grim Glassman gave me a fucking shout out. Grim Glassman does stained glass. It's so fucking cool. It's so fucking cool. I am so excited to see more of their work. It's so goddamn cool. Yeah, the stained glass guy. So fucking cool. I'm the calligraphy guy, which I think is like 1/10 as cool. The stained glass thing is so cool. So, oh, hello, Mr. Overheat. Hello. Yes, so, vicious infight, like, the office politics are wild that I have seen. This first one that I've mentioned, like, that one of the ones that I saw, the one that I'm thinking of, they spent like $50,000 on headhunting fees. Okay, this company spent $50,000 to $100,000 on headhunting fees, and they still rejected every single person, all of whom were qualified. They had 10 people who were qualified. Rip to Ozershot. They had 10 people who were fully qualified, and 2 of the VPs involved in the hiring committee just could not stop pissing in each other's cereal for long enough for anything to get resolved. So they scrapped the entire, all 10 candidates just got scrapped. Just 100% scrapped, and started the entire process over just to get these 2 guys to stop fighting with each other. And usually when I say this is based on X, it's usually like what school they went to is the most common one I've seen. Is like, oh yeah, this person went to Stony Brook, so he'll like this other guy who went to Stony Brook who I don't like. it gets worse as you go higher up, and it's like, and you're talking about people who went to like Harvard and Caltech and stuff like that, but like it comes up even at lower levels. So, and that's like not a valid reason to refuse somebody, so you have to like make it up, but obviously people lie. Yeah, it gets pettier and pettier. The higher you go up, the pettier it gets. The higher the stakes, the less serious it gets. So this is all stuff that is totally out of your fucking control. This is all stuff that is out of your control. So what can you control? Oh, wrong keyboard. What can you control? Job search, resume quality, interview skills. Those things you can control. Those things you have some power over in your life. You can do something with them. I'm not going to talk much about job search in here because job search is such a mess. Most of what but you're getting paid to listen to this? Nice. Yeah, of course, of course. So the resume quality is most of what I'm going to be talking about today. That's actually what started me on this. Was Flora Blitz wanted me to talk about resumes and was applying to jobs. So thank you, Flora Blitz, for inspiring me to talk about this, because I kind of forgot that I spent years doing this. I just like literally forgot about years of my life here, and that I could monetize it for content. But yeah, job search is very field specific, so I'm not going to talk about it a lot. It's also such an utter mess, and it tend to be a weak point for me. I tend to just apply to everything without a lot of care. And I'm very stubborn, and I'm very willing to just do extra work. And the thing about interview skills is that usually you don't actually, I'll talk about this later when we get to interview skills, but interviews are more often disqualifying than qualifying. Like the usual kind of logic to back it up again is like anybody who gets to the interview is probably qualified, like probably passes all the positive checks, and then the interview is to find the negative checks to figure out how you like who to get rid of. And as I mentioned before, 70% of placements do not involve an open search process whatsoever. So those ones you can just like do whatever about. I should say, actually, no, those things are just like kind of outside the scope of what I'm talking about here today. Yes, I will talk about that, Azur Shot. I will talk about that. I am going to use the restroom though. So give me uno momento while I use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I should get a squibby. Squibbies are cute. I should get a squibby. But yes, I am back. I am back. So we're getting into the meat. We're getting to the stuff that you actually have some control over. We're getting to stuff that you can actually do something about, as opposed to me just telling you all of the various ways in which the job search is going to kill you. So first, actual good news. You are more qualified than you think. So as a person who has written job descriptions, and I assume a couple of other people have here as well, I believe Uratal said that they had been a hiring manager. I know you and I has done hiring before. The people who write the job descriptions, like, those aren't written by a hard-hitting boss who is trying to find the most qualified candidate for the fill a specific position. Those are written by a wage slave who doesn't really care about their job. And job posting is a format. It is a genre. And so if you write a job posting that actually just says straightforwardly what the real qualifications are, your boss will yell at you because you didn't write a proper job description. It doesn't look like a job description. They'll think that you're not being serious. They'll yell at you and they'll make you rewrite it. They expect job descriptions to look a specific way, or else it will look like a scam. So the real job description is like 2 lines long. That's the real job description. And so if you had ever wondered about how job postings get made where they request 5 years experience programming in a language that only existed for 3 years, this is how that happens. Yes, that is the art. That is the art, and to be honest, I think it's not worth really trying to suss it out. And if you hit 20 to 30% qualified for a position, just send in the application, because it's just too much mental energy. Yeah, I remember that one. You saw that one, Azershot. That's a very funny one. That's a very funny one. Yep, that was a very funny story. But yeah, I don't think it's worth it to put in the mental energy to figure out what the reality is, to suss out the noumena from the phenomena of a job application. I just don't think it's worth your energy. I just don't. I think it's easier to scan it quickly, tailor your job application quickly, and then send it without really worrying about it. Like, it's too much art. And this graph is actually one of my favorite graphs. Hold on, let's see, can I don't have a pointer. I don't have a pointer set up. This graph over here is having an authority that does nonsense like that. Yep. I mean, chances are that the language in question was actually probably not the primary qualification. That's what I think happened there. Either that or he just interviewed poorly, which actually makes perfect sense to me because he came across as a real smug asshole on Twitter. But yeah, hello, itty bitty shiny star. Hello. Welcome in. Yeah, this is itty bitty. That is actually a lot of should I call you IBSS? Because IBSS is a funny way to say that. Yeah, IBSS. That is a lot of why I really emphasize that you want to just do your applications as emotionally detached and as quickly as possible, is because otherwise you're going to be doing Olympics level mental gymnastics. Those are your options. Your options are to just buckshot it, or to precision aim to an extent that doesn't even make sense. You could try to shoot a spider with a throwing knife, Or you could use your flamethrower. I say use the flamethrower. That's where I'm going with this. And so this chart is from TalentWorks. TalentWorks was so freaking good. I'll talk about interviews later on Cabbage Fairy. I will talk about them later on. They're the latter segment of this. Yeah. Torrent, it's a good rule. TalentWorks was so fucking good. They were too good for this world. The website is dead now. I'm so sad about it. TalentWorks was so valuable. They had such good data. And this is one of those things that they turned up really robustly, is that you don't actually get more job interviews if you are more than 50% qualified. Being 50% qualified versus being 75% qualified does not improve your odds of getting an interview. Like, it does not matter. The qualifications past the first 50% do not matter. It's a robust finding. People cite it all the time. Really, you've noticed that there's actually, if you look at this, there's actually diminishing returns around after 40%. Going from 40 to 50% is diminishing returns, and then it's zero expected returns after 50%. Like, if you think you are even remotely qualified, you probably are. That is what I consider the good news, right? If it looks close, like vaguely close, just go for it. Just fucking go for it. And this actually gets me, I'm sorry, I lied. I had interesting things. Yeah, it can. It's not super common, but it can. Not generally as a rule, the Gringotts. Not generally as a rule. Yep. Usually what they mean by overqualified, it is worth saying that when people worry about overqualified employees, the specific consideration is that they think an overqualified employee will leave sooner rather than later. That's the specific thing. It is not just like, it is specifically they think that you will only be at the job for a few weeks or months, and they just like don't want to bother. Sorry, I'm getting fussy. So yeah, if you are like 30-40%, if you see like two things on a job application that feel like they apply to you, just go. It's not worth doing the calculus on trying to figure it out. Just get it out there. Just apply. And I lied. I said that I only had interesting things to say at the start and that the rest of this would be boring practical advice. I lied. I actually had another interesting slide. This one's actually interesting as hell. This one's once again via TalentWorks. So there's a stereotype that men will apply to any job that they're 60% qualified for, and women will only apply to jobs that they're 100% qualified for. And the number for men is a little bit more complicated. For women, that's pretty robust. And this is probably part of the reason why women get more interviews when they're less qualified. Is I can tell you from experience, whenever you put a job listing out there, you always get way more male applicants. If you do not really actively put your thumb on the scale, or it's a really gendered job, like a home health aide. Home health aide is extremely gendered, or seamstress, extremely gendered. If it's not an extremely feminized part of the labor force, and you put out an open listing, you're going to get like 80+% men in your application pool. You need to put your thumb on the scale to try to get more, to try to get even remotely close to parity. And I can tell you from experience, you feel weird if you just choose a random pool and it's like 9 men and 1 woman. It's very hard to like accept that. Like that would be a representative random pool for a lot of application pools I've filled out. Yeah, no, it just feels fucking weird. You want to go back and make it so you get like 3 women at least, like 3 women and 7 men. And so that's part of the reason why women will get interviews with fewer qualifications, is that people are always kind of have one eye on that Title IX. Yeah, it's statistic. Well, it's not just statistics, it's that people want Title IX. They want they want to not look like an insanely misogynistic workplace. So I know that some people do want to look like an insanely misogynistic workplace, and it tends to get them in trouble. So there is that. But if you're running a normal ass company that's just trying to function normally, you end up putting your thumb on the scale. Hello, Thorn Gorgon. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Oh, I see. Hold on. There's something going on here. Weird. Something going on here. Weird. Okay. I'm going to kill that for a second. Give me just 1 second. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to send another test alert. There we go. There we go. That makes more sense. That looks correct. That looks correct. Sorry. And I'm tall again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Plumbing is a pretty dirty job. Not going to lie, Ozershot. It's an extremely honorable profession, but it's a pretty dirty job. I actually have a fun interview question I had about plumbing, but I'll talk about it later. I had a fun one for plumbing positions. But realistically, so the thing is like the stereotype that gets passed around, this is like the Twitter Tumblr analysis, is that men are applying to jobs they're underqualified for and women are applying to jobs they're overqualified for, and that this is like men being overconfident. Wrong. Men are still being underconfident. The men are still not being cocky enough. They still should be cockier. Again, you should be shooting for like 20, 30% qualifications. Who gives a shit? It's the employer's problem. Don't constrain yourself pointlessly. They're not going to constrain themselves either. So anyway, I think that's an interesting thing about how people feel constrained by their genders and how they how women in particular are really discouraged from taking any kind of risk in a way that's very harmful to them and frankly harmful to their employers as well. But yeah, these are the numbers. If you're 50% qualified, that's as good as 100%. You can round up 50% to 100%. That's how this works in the wild world of job applications. Now we're getting into more practical stuff. I apologize. We're getting into more practical stuff. Put the most important information at the top. Finish everything in one page. I am not joking about 30 seconds here. That is an actual reasonable amount of time for a person to spend reading your resume. Faster, it happens a lot. If a job has a specific certification qualification, it might be like 5 seconds. Like, especially once people get used to, like, if somebody's used to the job, I could spend seconds, like 1 to 2 seconds to tell if somebody was a good home. I mean, if it's a home health aide position, I only care about one thing. I literally only care, are you certified and are you willing to produce your number? Like, I literally do not care about anything else. Nothing else on that resume matters. The rest of the resume is pure fluff. But that's for certified jobs. And a lot of this is ultimately actually just good writing advice. You know, there are other layouts to doing nonfiction writing and reported writing than doing most important to least important. Like, least complex to most complex and most complex to least complex are very valid ways to structure an essay. Those are very valid, reasonable ways to structure an essay. But for communicating to people who aren't already invested in the topic matter, you almost always want to start most important to least important. So yeah, in any kind of writing, you pretty much want to conform to genre expectations until you're trying to pull off a sick trick. This is general writing advice. You really want to learn the rules so that you know how to break them in a good way. Like, if you just break rules without any skill, you just kind of look like you're flailing around incoherently. So you really want to learn the genre conventions and the genre expectations really well, because then your reader engages with you in a reasonable way. And the thing is, there are no such things as sick tricks that you do in resumes. It's a resume. You're not going to do anything all that cool. It's a resume. You want this to be a really good resume is a highly lubricated slip and slide between your name and the really valuable information. You want people to fly through your resume. That's actually ideal, is that people fly through your resume. Because if they try to fly through your resume and they get stuck on things, they just experience that as annoyance. They don't experience that as like a cool trick. They experience that as irritation. I am sorry. There's not a lot of artistry happening in here. Hello, Kari Kari. Hello, Kari Kari. I am sorry, Kari Kari. Also, Kari Kari. Kari Kari knows a lot about one of my biggest absences as in this field. I listed up front that tech is like one of my big holes in knowledge. I cannot talk about tech for shit. So if we want tech advice, it's going to involve somebody other than me. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Dudes, you're getting a whole slide about one sentence. Make sure your contact information is correct. Make sure your contact information is correct. Make sure your contact information is correct, for the love of heaven. Please. Do not make typos in your email address. Do not write down a phone number that you don't check. This happens a lot. This happens a lot. The people who are doing the contacting, they will call once and leave a voicemail, and then they call the next person on the list. They will send email in order, and if they never hear back from you, the end. And they will usually just pick one of those. And sincerely, if you don't have a phone, don't list it. Genuinely, this is the thing that I have done. I have, because I was hiring a lot of people in like real ass end type positions. Sometimes people don't. I was hiring a lot of people who were in a lot of the people I hired were very poor, and so they didn't have a phone. And if somebody had an email but no phone, and I was calling, I would swap over to email because I could tell, but that's it. Like, I would not put in the extra effort to try to reach somebody based on me having a wrong phone number or something like that. Yeah, don't, make sure it's correct, for the love of heaven. Make sure it's correct. I'm gonna be saying this over and over again. Like, this is not a rare reason for somebody who is qualified for a job to not get a job. That's not an unusual reason. That's not unusual. That's not unusual. That I've seen that happen. So, please, for the love of heaven, just double check it, please, please. Okay. That is the most important information, is name and contact info. I say that the summary is expected, but people tend to skip it. What I specifically mean, if you really don't, so the thing is, like, I recommend getting over it, because usually this usually a very short phone call. And again, it depends on the recruiter is the thing. Like, it is better to have both if you can answer both. If you can answer both, just list both. If you really, really, really only want email, then just list your email. If you like really, if you are like that bad with the phone, like debts that can't get paid won't get paid. Debts that can't get paid won't get paid. Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So, I mean, do you just dislike answering the phone, or do you have like full bore panic attacks about the phone? That's the question. Like, if you have like full bore panic attacks on your phone ringing, then don't. Like, then like, you know, again, can't leads to won't. You know, can't leads to won't very hard. This is very, very simple. Then don't answer. Then don't list it. IBSS. Then don't list it. If you're mute, don't list it. Don't invite people to attack disabilities that like you can't deal with. Like, yeah. Honestly, Ozershot, the painful thing is that is a habit that I am in most of my life, and then I have to suspend that habit whenever I am applying to jobs. Whenever I'm on the job market, I suspend that. I suspend that norm. Which means I get a lot of bad phone calls is what ends up happening. I end up answering a lot of wasteful phone calls. This is a pretty trivial piece of advice that I've got here. You know, again, this is a very stereotypical resume format for a baby. It was a very stereotypical resume format for a baby, and if you were not a baby, you would just take the education part that I've highlighted and just put it at the bottom, or really put it below put it below your job experience. Like, again, if you are pretty fresh out of school, then okay, sorry. Yes. So, yeah, educate. I think this is kind of straightforward. Oh, no, I got a message I had to check very quickly. I had to check very quickly, and I'm getting pretty good at being able to hold the multi-conversation thing going all at once. That requires a little bit of engaging with the echolalia. So, that's always a bit tricky. Oh, I'm normal height again. I am normal height again. So yeah, put in the education or experience. Put whichever one's more important first. That's the big thing. The more impressive your education and the more recent it was, the higher up it should go. If it's just a high school degree, it should be pretty low. It is worth saying that usually people expect your main certifications to be very close to the bottom. And so my eyes would shoot to the bottom when I was hiring people who had like specific certified qualifications. If they had like very specific certification qualifications. So, yeah, that's a big element there. That's a big element there. Actual most important slide is how to write these things. you really want to open up every, yeah, put certs at bottom. That's what I'm used to. I should say, Glassman, that's what I'm used to. I noticed that programmers tend to put their certs at the top, but security and home health tend to put them at the bottom, and I got really used to that. And those were more the jobs that I was hiring, was like low-level licensed medical professionals, fair number of therapists, and they tend to put it at both the top and the bottom. Therapists tend to put it at both the top and the bottom, which was interesting. I'll put it at both the top and the bottom. So, this is the really important part. You kind of write your bullet points as sentence fragments. Do not start off any of those sentence fragments with any passive verb. You want to use the most aggro verb you can get your mitts on. That is like remotely. Yes, that is correct, Azurshot. That is correct. Job hunts with their own language of lie the hell out of things that can't be checked. Yes, extremely important. Hello, Tighorn. Hello. This is extremely important. Yeah, start with aggressive as hell. Start aggressive as hell. If you were on a team, you now lead it. That is my rule of thumb. Congratulations on your post hoc, your post facto, your ex post facto promotion to leadership. If you were on a committee, if you were involved in a hiring committee, no, you led the job search. Right? You hear me? Y'all hear me here? Former employers will basically only ever confirm that you worked there and like for how long, and that's in no small part like I know that might sound weird to you. Like people kind of get in their head that they'll call up an employer and that one employer will call up an employer and yes, Tighorn, that is basically correct. That is basically correct. There are two things that you don't want to lie about. There are two reasons why you don't want to lie. One is it can be fact checked. That's a really big one. If it is an easily checkable thing, don't lie about it. The other thing is don't lie about skills that are not like within walking distance of your existing skills. Right? Like, don't lie about knowing, like, lie about using a programming language you only kind of understand. Lie, if it's a programming language you only kind of understand, that's one thing. If it's a programming language you don't know at all, do not lie about it. Do not lie about, you do not want to start a job and be in the very embarrassing situation of not being able to do it at all at a basic level. So, yeah, exaggerate, stretch it. Congratulations, you are now a leader. Congratulations, you now solved every problem. Congratulations, you now did X, Y, and Z thing. Make sure it's believable. Make sure it's not ridiculous. Make sure it's something that if you had to, under pressure, you might be able to pull off. Yeah. And again, do not lie about things like graduation dates. If you got all but one semester of college, they will find that one out. And if they don't stop you during hiring, it will come back to bite you really badly. It will come back to bite you really, really frigging badly. So do not lie about that one. You will get caught. You will get caught, and they will seek punitive charges against you. So do not, do not. That's the kind of thing that gets you in like real trouble. But yeah, take as much credit as you at all possibly can. I am like 90% sure that everybody here is underselling themselves on their resumes. I think you and I isn't, but I think that's because you and I knows everything that I've already said here. It does depend, Gringotts, that depends a lot on the company in question and the colleges. Like, I mean, for my college, like, it can be like $15. It's not really like a big deal as a rule. But also, it's worth remembering that hiring costs about, like, filling a position. The average rule of thumb is that to fill a position costs a company $4,000. And that's economy-wide. That is economy-wide. That's economy-wide. Yeah, again, I think that if it's in a database, don't lie about it is not a bad rule of thumb. And again, companies will not really get into the details. People often have the impression, there we go, that's where I was trying to go. People often have the impression that that their company is going to, has like all of their record. Some percent wouldn't catch it, but the consequences of getting caught are really nasty. The consequences of getting caught are very bad. Like, they'll sue you for back wages and stuff like that. You don't want that one. People tend to think that their former employer has like a whole file about them that they're willing to share with every other employer. And that's just not true. Most employers will not share like disciplinary history with other employers. They won't share like performance reviews. And the reason for that's actually very straightforward, which is privacy lawsuits. Like, then if all that a company tells another company is Gringotts underwriter worked for us from these years in this position, then they're not going to get taken to court over it, even as a witness. That's actually part of the point. They don't want to get pulled in as a witness. They don't want to get pulled in as a claimant. They don't want to get pulled in as a defendant. They're just trying to weasel their way out of being visible at all. If you don't work for them anymore, they don't care. Right? Like, they might care about retaining your IP, but that's a different thing. Otherwise, they do not care, and they do not want to be held up to that standard. So they don't even want to set the precedent of being held to that standard. People read resumes fast. Fast. Like I said, they're looking for very specific words. You want minimum friction. In general, you can't really finesse this. The only thing you can really do that I think will really make you, the thing that makes you really stand out, this was something that I noticed like crazy when I was hiring people, was if they have specific quantifiable claims. If you can use jargon specific to your field, that makes, why did I say it like that? If you can use jargon specific to your field, then that makes you look like you know what you're talking about. If you are willing to say, like, I operated in a warehouse with loads of such and such weight, that makes you look way better. Like, it legitimately does. It actually impresses the hell out of HR personnel. Because HR personnel, like I was, are swimming in an ocean of generic boosterism. Of just utterly generic, like, whatever boosterism. And, like, they're swimming in it. They do not care. It does not impress them anymore. They are very, very tired of it. They are very, very, very tired of it. Oh shit, it's the interview. So I cannot believe Indeed.com pulled through. I cannot fucking believe it, but I have to credit where credit's due. Indeed.com produced the least annoying, most helpful image of what business professional dress looks like. I recommend using yeah, exactly. That's actually a really good example, Azershot. If you're a VTuber and you're applying to a corp and you're saying like, yeah, I'm at 500 CCV, I debuted with this kind of metric. I did a tweet that these kind of numbers, hint, hint. That is something that's going to be huge for a resume. Yeah. You know, that kind of quantification is very, and it's not just for like people in the know, like the corps are in the know, but the HR personnel are also like, oh, this person's confident. Oh, this person knows the business. This person is not just faking. This person is like in it. This person is in it. Yeah. They really know what they're talking about. They're really invested, and they're willing to they're willing to stake themselves to specific quantifiable claims. Make sure it's a lie that you'd be able to meet. Make sure it's a lie that you'd be able to match. That's also true, Kari. That's also true. Yeah, that's true, Kari. That's true. Something that translates like your follower to viewer ratio. Yeah, I mean the thing is like I'm still baby streamer. I am still baby streamer. I do find it interesting that when I talk to people, when I've talked to like some people who are like, I'm the first streamer that they've known, they think that followers is a really important number. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, the corpos care about follower count. Yeah. I'm assuming it's because follow count's something that's easy to advertise to things outside of the corporation as well. Like that's the thing that's like a follow-on effect. Like follow numbers is the sort of thing that really matters for traditional Instagram influencer types. Like that's a very valuable number if you're doing like Instagram type influencing. Yeah. Okay, you meant more other corporate. Yeah, because if you're advertising to like people on YouTube, yeah, sponsoring exactly. Ozershot, that is the number's actually closer to 4%, and also it's terrifying to think about. So I am trying not to think about it. I am still used. Ozershot, 3 weeks ago, I was streaming to 4 people. And I would like, yeah. So that's why I ask people not talk too much about numbers, is that I'm still disoriented. I'm still very disoriented. But yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. I don't mind talking about when I'm not on stream. It just makes me very self-conscious while I'm on stream. Yeah, no, it's a good example, and no, I mean it's a rapidly changing world as well. But like, you know, if you're like an Instagram influencer or a Twitter influencer or something like that, the value of your influencing brand is very much going to be based on your follow count, because fundamentally the go live notification is the thing that they're trying to hijack. That's what sponsors are used to hijacking, is a Twitch streamer's equivalent of their go live. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's Jesus Christ, Kari. That's a jump scare and a half right there. Fuck. I thought I was like maybe top 10%. Fuck. Okay. Ooh. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry. Sorry. Hold on. Let me collect myself. Okay, I'm good. Yeah, Jesus. See, Kari knows me, because Kari knows me well enough that she knows that she can jump scare me with a fucking number. That is, oh Jesus, Noodles! Oh my goodness, Noodles, what were you doing, Noodles? Welcome in, Nudes. Welcome in, Noodles. Noodles, what's the name for your people? For your peeps? What is the name for your peeps? Helldivers and then War Thunder. So going from the good game to the bad game. Okay, welcome in Raiders. Welcome in Raiders. Welcome in Mr. VG Master and Noodles and Fish AI. Welcome in Sailor Mao. I mean, I just called them nudes, which I think is a cute one. Hello, Snake. What the fuck? But yes. How was your stream? She. Noodles is she. How was thine stream? I mean, obviously it ended on War Thunder. There's a limit to how good it could have truly gone. But welcome in Raiders. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber. I am giving a 8 out of 10 is pretty good. Not gonna lie, nudes. That's pretty good. I am giving a lecture on a career. That's true. Classified is reading the War Thunder forums for leaked documents a War Thunder stream, or is that just chatting stream? Because I would do that. I was playing Redactyl earlier. I love playing Redactyl. Both. But yes, yes, I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber. I am an old man. I love old things. Most of my streams are calligraphy or painting Warhammer. I play some retro games sometimes. Today I am giving a lecture. I am giving a lecture of old man skills. My old man skill in this case is, yeah, exactly, Kari. My old man skill in this case is I used to be a job recruiter. And somebody in my Discord was applying to jobs and was worried about their resume skills. And so I made a lecture about it. The age of is in demand, is how I'll answer that. Oh, I didn't actually see what happened on the on-screen chat. I was looking at my chat client. I didn't actually look at... let's see what happens if I... let's see what happens. Let's see what gets transmitted. Oh, does it not transmit anything when I do that? Nice. Nice. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Interesting. What the hell did you do, Kari? What the hell did you do? Yes, I'm glad you had a good time with War Thunder. Yeah, didn't even when I added more text, that rules. Kari, whatever you've done is great. I love this. I'm gonna have to remember this. I'm gonna have to figure out what you did. But yes, I used to do job recruiting, and so I am talking about a lot of the skills that I learned as a job recruiter. And as a person who has worked 20-something jobs. I've worked 20-something jobs. So I have applied to a lot of jobs. I know a lot about applying to jobs. This one's a pretty white-collar piece of advice right here. I recommend dressing business professional. I am sorry. I recommend covering up your tattoos. I'm sorry, I just recommend it. There's plenty of employers who don't give a crap about tattoos. There are enough that do care, and wearing a long sleeve shirt, or having your necktie up a little bit higher than you're used to, it's worth doing for a couple hours, man. Like, I don't know. I don't like it. It's dumb. I live in a city where almost everybody has tattoos anyway. Kari, there is a game that Veilfisk came up with that I think we should play. That does not involve any video games. But there's a real life, there's a game where the only thing that you need is redacted CIA documents. I think it would be fun. Yeah, fucking Kari. Kari rules. Kari absolutely fucking rules. But yeah, so this is actually a pretty good illustration of what business professional looks like. If you are feminine, the choice between skirts and pants don't matter. Yes, that's fine. That's fine, you and I. That's extremely... I don't have an opinion on that. I think that's reasonable. I would say I personally would prefer to use a notebook because of who I am. As an interviewer, I tended to view using a tablet as slightly less professional than using a notebook, because it made you come across as less focused. Yeah, it does vibe with my aesthetic. I think it's also good for you as the person. Part of the reason why I'm saying this stuff is to get yourself into game mode. And yeah, I think for tech, it's probably closer to like business casual. It would probably be closer, but for most things, business professional is probably about good. I know that there are going to be specific fields where that's not true. Performing arts is going to be a big one, where you do not want to dress business professional. Okay, come on. Thank you, Noodles. Okay. Actually pretty good. I was going to do squats, but now that you've said elbows, I'll do push-ups. I already did 50 push-ups today. Because it depends on the role in tech too and market segment. Yes, of course, that's true, Kari. Hold on, I'm going to not be able to... No, I'm doing push-ups. I'm doing push-ups. I already... so somebody can explain to Sailor Mao what's going on, but I will not be able to read chat messages for a few moments. Position. Elbows in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Christ. No, minutes. Minutes. Some of the manliest counting. Alternate counting is. I'm not doing more push-ups today. Push-ups are over for today. The triceps are closed. The triceps are closed for business. And yeah, I've got redeems for changing the size of my PNG. And yeah, tech is something I cannot personally comment on very much. Tech is something I really cannot personally count on very much. Hold on, catching my breath a little bit. But yeah, like I said, I find that having a note, part of the advantage of having a notepad as opposed to a tablet is that you won't have anything else to focus on. You really kind of wanna, this is partially helpful for putting yourself into interview brain. You can't look at the flux anymore. Oh, that's a really funny idea for a that's a really funny idea for a fan art or something like that. Yeah, I kind of, part of the reason why I recommend dressing in a specific way and having like a specific bag that you use when you go on interviews is so that you kind of can segregate out your interview persona out from the part of you that gets super anxious about the interview. Right? You know, it's putting on your armor. You are putting on your armor figuratively and literally. The armor is not only what you wear, it is also in your heart. That was a really good book. Armor was a really good book. Yeah, performing a little bit of theater on yourself too. Performing a little bit of theater on yourself too. I gotta use the restroom. I gotta use the restroom again. So give me uno momento. I apologize. Yeah, it's good to get a headspace. It's good to get the headspace switch in. Yeah, Almantas will be ready in just a moment, but you probably shouldn't use it right now because I'm about to use the restroom and you'll lose time on it. And yes, Tigran, that is very much what I'm thinking about. That's very much what I'm thinking about. Yeah, hydrate's 100k. Hydrate's 100k. The fact that I have to use the bathroom every hour should probably tell you about how much I actually need help hydrating. That's why it's 100k. And yeah, you and I, you would do that. You would have full plate. But yeah, you want to do the mindset switch. You want to be able to put on and off your interview self so it doesn't get polluted with the rest of your life. You know, use your dissociative disorders for your own good. You know? Yeah. So, when you're actually in the interview, they're going to be assuming that you are already nervous. They're going to be assuming that you're already nervous, and so they're going to be kind of they don't really take that seriously if you're just like a little bit tightly wound or something like that. That doesn't tend to they tend to kind of like allow for that. They are going to be assuming that you were at like 120% of your level of intensity and like on the general ballness of what you would be if you were actually doing the job. Like they're going to be grading you on that curve. This is part of the reason why the notebook, this is part of the reason why I think the notepad kind of helps you, is that if you just kind of write a little bit while the person's talking or like after they finish talking, that makes you just look like you're paying attention and you could just be like writing nonsense. Try not to do things that are obviously doodles. They'll be able to tell that you're doodling and not paying attention. But, you know, doing it can give you an excuse to fidget your hand a little bit. As a permanent fidgeter, that I found that helped me. And again, like they're already going to be downgrading your performance from whatever you're currently on at the moment. So I'll already be pushing it down a little bit. And yeah, you'll just look a little bit nervy, but that's not that big of a deal. Here's the big deal with interviews. This is the actual big deal about interviewing. Is you want to answer your questions completely and succinctly. My dad has a story. My dad has been an expert witness many times, because he has a specific type of domain knowledge that comes up in some lawsuits, right? So he gets pulled in as an expert witness, and the first time my dad got pulled in to be an expert witness, he got some coaching from the lawyers who are on the team. I'll talk about that one specifically. I've talked about it on stream before. So my dad was about to do some, it means quickly, it means short. It means with the minimum amount of fuss. Succinct is short. Short and to the point and satisfying. Short without being unsatisfying is what you're looking for. So my dad was being coached by a lawyer on how to answer questions for deposition. Yeah, short but not curt. And so the lawyer said to him, "Can you tell me your name?" And my dad said, "My name is blah, blah, blah. I got my degree in blah, blah, in blah, blah, blah year from the University of blah, blah, blah. And I am an expert on blah, blah, blah subject." And the lawyer said, "Wrong. That is the wrong answer. When a lawyer asks you, 'Can you tell me your name?' Do you know what there's a correct answer. There's a single correct answer. Do you guys know what the correct answer is to a lawyer asking you, 'Can you tell me your name?' Correct. Sorry, Grim Glassman. It's just yes. It's just yes. Don't do this in an interview. Don't do that in an interview. That makes you look like a jerk. But, do not do that during a job interview. But my point is more, it is the interviewer's job to use the air. It is the interviewer's responsibility to answer what was asked. Answer what was asked. It is the interviewer's job to keep the interview moving. And if they, for one thing, even if they're not being a jerk like I was being a tricky bastard. I was being a little bastard with this one. Even if they're not being a little bastard, when you say something, they are going to write down what you said, or write down their summary of what you said, or write down their impressions of how you acted during that. And that's going to take time. And if you're very nervous, those 2 to 3 seconds of silence can feel like murder. And if you're very nervous, Nelly, you might try to fill in that dead air with whatever comes into mind. That's how they get you. I was being a little bastard about it. I was deliberately asking somebody a question and letting them answer, and then just not saying anything for 10, 15 seconds. Again, it is the interviewer's responsibility to use the time of the interview efficiently. That is the interviewer's job. On Seagrim Glassman, I'm a Midwest boy. I'm from out in the country. 10 seconds ain't very long at all to me. It's no big deal to just take your time and just let people roll around with their thoughts. Let them stew a little bit, you know, percolate on it. And I was doing this to New Yorkers, so I was being really evil. I was being very evil because these were New Yorkers. They were not ready for that. But again, you want to come across as knowledgeable and not annoying. So answering questions, like I said before, pedantically, curtly, or obtusely, not a good look. Yeah, silence is the scariest thing in the world to New Yorkers, even scarier than New Jersey. I'll actually use an example from Ozershot that wound up being very useful to me. I hired a lot of janitors, right? But janitorial positions will kind of not distinguish very clearly in the title between, do they expect people to just like mop floors, or do they expect people to like do carpentry and like know how to fix things, like a super like how they'll use the same words. They'll use janitor, custodian, maintenance. Maintenance was the bad one. Maintenance was the real nightmare. Super, facilities maintenance. All of those will get used kind of interchangeably. And so people would come in, they'd say, oh, I've got years experience in maintenance. And what they actually mean is that they mopped floors and took out the garbage. Yeah, exactly. Are you looking for a janitor or a handyman? And so one of the ways that I would distinguish between I would distinguish on handymen. You'll appreciate this one, Ozershot. Somebody would come in and they'd be looking for maintenance jobs, and I had like hundreds of openings. I had like hundreds of maintenance openings. And I would say, so you're at work and one of the toilets is overflowing. Water's just going everywhere. What do you do? Because that's an open-ended one. They have to provide the actual answer. They don't get to just say yes, correct? I didn't ask them, do you know how to X? I said, what do you do? Ozershot, I'll close this one out. The correct answer I was looking for was, I turn off the water. I turn off the water. That's the correct answer. One person said, I grab a wet floor sign, and I thought that was a very good answer. I was very impressed with that person. That person was thinking on their feet. That was a very funny answer. Not what I was expecting. I can't say it's wrong. I can't say that's a wrong first instinct for seeing too much water on the floor. Yeah, you do got turned off. Hopefully sooner rather than later. You do have to turn it off and then figure it out. But yeah, wet floor sign was a very funny answer, and I did count that as like at least knowing what to do. Most people actually just said they didn't know what to do. But right, like I said, I tended to just wait a few seconds to see what people would say. Lengthy rants about previous employer was pretty common. Actual crime confessions blew my mind. The people attempting to convert me to their religion, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I understand them. The racist conspiracy theories was quite common. That was quite common. People make assumptions about me based on my appearance. And I guess based on the fact that I'm very affable and patient. And they assume that I am going to agree with them about a lot of things that you really should not assume somebody is going to want to hear in the first 30 seconds they've met you. And it turns out that not all white men are big believers that insert ethnic minority here is the real problem with America. That's one of those things you should probably get a feel for somebody's personality before you drop it on them. Probably not just drop it on them immediately. This last one has stuck with me a lot. This last one has really stuck with me a lot. Blasphazar, you're gonna hate this one. If you thought that was wild, you're gonna hate this one. I was interviewing a man, and okay, I'll try to be quick. I was interviewing a young man, and he had a Chinese last name. You know, and most Americans do not pronounce certain Chinese last names correctly. Like most Americans do not know that you pronounce an X as an SH, or they pronounce a ZH as a J. That's a really big one. The J, the Zhao and Zhang. Most Americans don't get anywhere close to that. They say Zhao and Zhang. They don't say Zhao and Zhang. So I said it correctly, semi-correctly. I shouldn't shoot my horn too much here. And he was really impressed by this. And he asked how I knew that, and I said, well, I took a year of Chinese in college. I know a little bit, not very much. And then because I'm white, and then at some point he decided that this was the appropriate place. A job interview was an appropriate place for him to get into his beliefs about Asian women's preferences for having sex with white men, and speculating on how I must have been having sex with a lot of Asian women during my college time. And I just drew an X next to his name. Yeah, it's hey Malern, you are hearing the worst single thing a person has said to me when I was interviewing them. That's what you joined to do, was the worst thing a person has ever said to me while I was interviewing them. I just put an X next to their name. I mean, maybe. He wasn't making a good impression on me, I gotta say that. It was a bad flirt. Being really bitter about who your sister is having sex with is not a good flirting technique. Not a good flirting technique. I just put an X next to his name and continued the interview like normal, and then just, yeah. So, except about different ethnicity, yeah, that happens a lot. Completely out of pocket, completely insane. And I am still stunned. It has been like 6 years, and I still think about this guy. I don't remember his exact name because I don't want to actually have his exact name, because then I would be violating some PII stuff. Oh yeah, I've heard that one before. Yeah. No, I've heard that one before. That's a common one. Hate it. Bad one. Pass a non sequitur test with flying colors. He sure fucking did. I remember what he looked like, even if I don't remember his name. Oh yeah, Glassman. That's me and Blasphazar are both talking about different types of incel conspiracy theories. These are both incel conspiracy theories. Mine's a sort of like Asian American man specific variation. There are whole subreddits dedicated to that subculture. And yeah, that's like a white, like an anti-miscegenation theory. And actually, interestingly, that theory actually has currency going back to older than rap. Like, that is a theory that people held to in the 20s and 30s about jazz music. Even some left-wing people kind of got in on it. Like, Horkheimer was like really afraid of jazz for this reason. And this is why I don't actually like Adorno and Horkheimer very much, even though I know they're very popular Marxist theorists. I do not like them because I think they were really fucking racist about rap. Well, about jazz in specific rather than rap. But they would have been really racist about rap had they the technology. Had the opportunity been available to Adorno to be racist against rap, about rap, he would have done so. But anyway. Yeah. Brother's wife, who is a black woman. Interesting. Sailor Mao, if you happen to be European, which would make perfect sense because you were watching a War Thunder stream, and that is a pretty robust stereotype that Europeans are the ones watching the War Thunder streams, then yeah, this is very America. This is a very American thing. This is very, very American. Like in America, it takes like 5 seconds. Like, oh yeah, wait, hold on. I've heard that before, but if you're not American, it might be a little bit news to you. Like, yeah, we're surrounded. We're drowning in this stuff. So let's talk about some of the specific interview questions. Okay, French Canadian. Okay. A lot of Quebecois. Not a Quebecois. There's like 3 Quebecois people I talk to on like a regular basis at this point. I didn't know any until I started VTubing. The French Canadians love to VTube. So some of the dreaded questions. Quebecois. I can say it more ridiculously. As a Quebecois, Quebecois, Quebecois. Let's pretend it's a Hebrew word, Quebecois, or Quebecois. There we go. Making it awful. Sorry. I'm abusing your trust in me. I'm sorry, Sailor Mao. Quebecois. But some of the dreaded questions. So why did you stop working at X? A lot of these are questions that are just seeing if you panic, right? Like my whole thing about just kind of being silent for a few seconds. This is part of the same thing. This is the same thing. I was just like seeing if you panic. Seeing if you just like know enough of how to play ball that you would be okay to work with. Yeah. Like, why did you stop working at X? They know they're not going to get a real answer. They don't really care about the real answer. Just say that like it was time for me to move on, or there was a change in my lifestyle, yeah, the interview, exactly. You and I has done a lot of this stuff before. You and I actually talked a little bit about this stream before I did this stream. Okay, Tigran, what they care about is that your answer isn't because my boss was a bastard. That's the answer they care about. They care about you not saying that. If you say it's because my boss was a bastard and I couldn't get along with them, or I just fucking hated my coworkers and they're all doing all this bullshit, like that's what they're looking for. It's the negative of that they care about. Yes, they're testing you they're testing you for civility, for if you know how to play the game. Yeah, if you didn't get paid, the position wasn't good answers. The position wasn't challenging enough. I didn't really see a road for further advancements. Yeah, because like the thing is like they don't have your boss's side of things, so all they're gonna assume is that like you're just a hard person to get along with. That's what they see. If you complain a lot about your old boss or your old coworkers, they think that you're just a hard person to work with. Yeah, you got to pause for a bit and then say something corporate. Yeah, I didn't see a good route for advancement. I didn't feel like I was using my skills appropriately. I needed a change in environment. I had these ideas that I couldn't really exercise. Like, yeah, those are all acceptable answers, and they're all nothing, right? Those are all nothing burger answers. They clarify nothing. They mean nothing. They're evasions. Yeah, that's a good one. Maybe I should just post that. I should have just posted that. You and I, if you wouldn't mind dropping that in after streams. If you wouldn't mind dropping that in after streams. Can you explain this gap in your resume? This is always a pain in the ass one. This one kind of sucks. I was retraining. Well, why did you get fired? Right? Why did you get fired? Layoffs you might be able to get away with. You know, there was downsizing. I'm under NDA. That's a good one. That's a really good one. I'm under NDA. That's a good one. It doesn't apply to every field. It would be very funny for a janitor to say that. It would be very deeply funny for a janitor to say that. But yeah, exactly. I wasn't a good fit for me. You know, I just had changed. You know, if you'd worked for somewhere for 5 years and you stopped working, then you're like, what I wanted out of my career just changed over those years. And again, these are all about trying to trick you into saying stupid things. Why do you want to work here is a well-dreaded one for a reason, and it's because there's not really a right answer at all. It's worth doing 5 minutes of research on the employer, like while you're in the waiting room, to figure out like something they specialize in, like read their corporate mission statement. This is more white collar advice, to be honest. This is like white collar ass advice. If you're doing like white collar ass jobs, like it's like if they say, so for an example, I left working in academia to work in social work, right? To do social services. I did not, people asked me why I wanted to do that. People asked me, why did you want to quit being a professor to work in the social services? The answer I went with was, in the classroom, the effect I was having on people's lives was so distant, and it was so abstract, and I really wanted to make more of a difference, like, in the here and now. I want to make more of a difference in the here and now. I want to impact people more directly. And so I want to be in the social services, as opposed to, like, I teach somebody and maybe 20 years from now they do something different. I want to change somebody's life today. The actual answer is that I stopped being an academic because academic careers are awful. Social service careers are not great either, but academic careers were a unique kind of hell that I wanted to get out of. I did not say that. And Sailor Mal, I can talk a little bit about that. It was basically, yeah. White collar is wearing a suit. Blue collar, it was like wearing a coverall. Yeah, exactly. Blue collars were like overalls or coveralls. Yeah, like a jumpsuit that a mechanic wears is the stereotype. And pink collar is the term for white collar jobs that are underpaid because they're reserved for women. Which is a term that's largely deprecated. Pink collar is not as much of a concept anymore. It still comes up, but it's much less of a concept. We're into the home stretch. Ask them questions. Ask them questions. The interviewer will ask you, do you have any questions for us? And they mean this. This is a chance for you to show off and you want to take it. If you fail to ask anything, it makes you kind of look like you don't give a crap. Same, Tigron. Same. Actually, I can think of a couple things I'm expert in, but not bringing them up today. Yeah, what's your turnover rate? That's a fun one. That's actually not like the worst one. One of the ones that's tricky that is good is, yeah, why is this position open is actually a pretty good one. That's actually kind of a good one. So Sailor Mao, this is why I said bring a notepad. Write these down. Write them down and you can refer to them later. This is the virtue. This is the virtue. Walk me through a typical day is one that I really like. Partially because it's really funny, because a lot of times that causes the interviewer to get really flustered. Because the interviewer doesn't know the job very well, they're just doing an interview, and so they don't actually know what's going on. That one's always really funny, is when the interviewer gets really flustered. Yeah. Yep, Noodles knows what I'm talking about. Noodles seems to have worked in similar fields to me. What makes somebody successful in this role is a pretty good one. Do not ask about PTO, because then immediately people say, the thing that people hear when you ask about PTO is, I am looking forward to not working. That's what they hear. So don't say that one. That's a bad one. Yeah, how many OSHA complaints do you pay workman's comp is the one that was like the record-settingly bad one. That one's pretty good. That one's pretty good. But yeah, do not ask if they pay workman's comp, because it's literally illegal for them not to pay workman's comp, and so the only thing you're saying is that you think that they're a criminal. Like, and also you plan on getting injured and filing workman's comp. Like, those are the two things I hear, is that you're going out of your way to try to get injured, and that you think the boss is a criminal. Like, it's an extraordinarily bad impression to leave. So don't do that one. Don't do that one. So yeah, that's mostly a second interview thing, but it's not too bad for the first one. It's not too bad for the first one. I'd prefer to leave that for second. So not every job offer is a good offer, and big group interviews with high hire rates are a very bad sign. Those I think it's not a universally bad sign. I have known some good jobs that did that, but most of the jobs I know that do that are bad jobs. Absolutely ask yourself if you can do the job in question. That is very reasonable to get offered a job you cannot do and then just turn it down. Like, please do keep that in mind. You don't want to get that in the way. And I'm just putting this last part in here because it's a very fascinating category of person. There is a category of person whose entire lifestyle is they deliberately get fired from jobs. I am not one of those people. I cannot talk about that skill set. It's a very impressive skill set. If you have that skill set, what are you doing here? You are better than me at this. Come on. like come on. If you know how to do that, you are better than me. I don't need to explain anything to you. Yeah, that's an entire, yeah, there's an entire field. Not field, it's not a field at all. An entire subspecialty, an entire type of guy who is very good at getting fired in ways where they always get the full severance package. And that's their whole thing, is they just are trying to get fired for the severance package and the unemployment benefits. It's a very unique and interesting skill. It's very difficult to pull off. It's very clever, the people who do it. I am not one of those people. And I cannot give them advice. If you have that skill, again, usually I'm thinking about blue collar people, but yeah, CEOs would have the similar type of skill. But yeah, do ask yourself sincerely, can you do the job in question? Can you do the job in question? Yep. That's correct. That's correct. And getting away with it is the important part. That's the important part. So that's what I prepared for today. These are the people who made this the slideshow I used. Yeah, Noodles, what's up? What's up? I'm actually gonna go over to chatting, I guess, if I can find my mouse. Oh, my mouse is just low on batteries. Yeah, what's the question, Noodles? That's, I think, fairly reasonable. I would usually wait on asking that question. I would usually wait on the thing is, like, so the model that I subscribe to is that the first interview, which is all I really covered here, the first interview. Nice, thank you. That's very kind. I did not. That Reinhardt was not a reference that I used for my character. I used Uncle Iroh was the main reference. Uncle Iroh and the cast of Knives Out were the main references. But yeah, so I would say, Noodles, that's a question to ask in a follow-up after when you get closer to the offer. The way I kind of see it is that there's an inequality in power between you and the interviewer. And at the earliest stages of the interview, at the earliest stages of the hiring process, the imbalance is the most stacked against you. And asking questions about what they can do for you, you want to hold back on until you have more of the leverage, right? The closer that gets to them actually giving you a contract, the more power you have in the relationship. And so you want to kind of ask questions about what they can do for you till then. That's kind of the way I see it. That is kind of the way I see it. And yeah, at this point, that's what I prepared. I'm willing to take more questions and advice. I know some people have worked in different industries. And so if you have worked in another industry, I know like you and I has worked sales, and Kari's tech. Hello, the Binka Bear. Welcome in. Bye, Binka Bear. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I hope it was helpful. I I feel like I had a substantial leg up in that I started off with I learned a lot of these skills when I was young, because these were like a lot of this is stuff that like was just kind of ambiently in the air of like my parents and like the people I grew up around. But yes, if you come from if you want to like weigh in on a specific sector, I am now in my Discord's voice channel. If you're in my Discord, and you want to join in on the voice and weigh in, you work in arts education. It was all in point. That's really good to hear. That's really good to hear. Thank you, Bibinka. I would love to hear some insights that you've gotten art education as well. I've worked in many parts of education, but I have not worked in art education. I've never worked in art education, so that was not one I can really answer. But I'm glad to know that like it's broadly cross-applicable. My understanding is that most of the skills that I have and that I displayed here are pretty cross-applicable. Yeah, I'm glad that you caught it, Swords Wizard, because you're on the market right now. You're on the market right now, and I'm really grateful that you got the chance to see this then. If you have weird gaps in your deployment, ask about. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me, Blastazar. That makes sense to me. That's coherent. That's coherent. But yeah, if you want to weigh in on your specific field, you can just join my you can go into the Speak Friend channel on my Discord, and I'll let you weigh in. I've got about half an hour, maybe an hour left before I need to run. And I've pretty much said all of my pieces. I've pretty much said everything that I've got. Does anybody have any other questions for me while they got me up here? If not, I'll start doing some of the shilling and getting ready to head out. Yeah. Okay, so it looks like people are pretty ready to call it. Yes. So I am obviously still on PNG. You've hiring manager for a museum. Yeah, exactly. How you spin your experience. Yeah, exactly. So I will say, so some closing, I hope this was helpful. I'm really, I worked a lot of jobs, and one of the things that led me to was that I am, mostly, what's the word I'm looking for here? What's wrong with my brain right here? This led to me having a bunch of stupid, a really wide range of experience led me to understand a lot about a lot of different fields, and so that was very helpful when I was interviewing people. That was very, very helpful. That I was not a person who went straight from had only had like a handful of jobs. But yes, obviously you can see that I am on. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So yes, I'm currently on PNG. If you missed it, my model reveal was fairly recent, and I am really excited for my model when it's available. The model is currently in rigging. The model is still in rigging at the moment, and it was a little bit viral. Speaking of viral, be gone. Be gone. Yeah, hold on, I'm just pulling up the, let's grab the window grab. Where's my window grab? Where is my window grab? Yeah. That's really good. I try to be very chill. I really do try to be very, very chill. So yeah, this is the model if anybody hasn't seen it. The model is in rigging right now. Charlotte X Bear is my rigger and she's doing a really good job. I will be doing a model debut in early June. That's my plan. That is my plan, is early June, after Off-Kai. I want to go to Off-Kai and get back, and then I am working on it. Yes, it's live 2D. It's L2D. Like I said, it's getting rigged. I am very excited for it. That means I'm probably going to slow down a little bit on streams for the next couple of weeks. My schedule for this week is also being adjusted, like literally live on the air, so apologies for that. I will not be doing the collab with the collab tomorrow is off. We're trying to reschedule it. It's either going to be rescheduled or canceled entirely, but it's one of the two. I don't know what I'm going to do with the rest of my week. Then I'm in negotiations. Saffron's extremely hardworking, and she needed to move things around. Is what happened. She just needed to move things around. So I'm in discussion with Alex and blah blah blah. We'll figure it out. I will let you know on the Discord what the update is, and I'll also post the update on Twitter. Also, I will adjust the schedule on Twitch. But thank you all for being here. It's always a lovely time. It's always a lovely time. This week is a very gaming heavy week. I might work it. I don't think I'll work in a hand cam stream. The Discord has been shilled within the last 5 minutes, so I'm not going to shill it again. We're going to raid Guini, because she is doing a subathon. She is doing a subathon right now. That's my default raid message. Guini's rules. I have not done Gunpla. I do Warhammer though. I do calligraphy, Warhammer. One of my most frequent collaborators is a Gunpla specialist. Dyrillian is one of my most frequent collaborators, and they are a I am an Eldar player, unfortunately. Yeah, I do calligraphy as my main art form. So let's go with that for the raid message. Let's go with that for the raid message. Yes, Guini is doing thank you all for being here. I had a lovely time. I love doing lectures. I really do. I really love doing lectures. They just take a lot of effort, so I don't do them super frequently. The next ones are going to be on, they're probably not going to be till June at the earliest. I really doubt that I'll manage to get in another lecture before June. I know probably the next one will be Machiavelli. But yes, thank you all for being here. I love you all. Have a wonderful night, and see you Wednesday if nothing else.